Hello, everyone. In this full course, I'm going to provide you Linux Ubuntu long-term support and training. So I'll teach you everything you need to know about Linux Ubuntu from the novice level to the expert level. And when I say I will teach you everything you need to know, I'm obviously talking about Linux Ubuntu. The long-term support, LTS, which stands for long-term support, as you can see, I have highlighted in different color, especially the T for time, long-term support or time. The duration is 5 years, and then support obviously is in green. That means that whenever you're provided with software update, security patches, all the software glitches that are found, the support will be there to help you out. So it's 5 years from the day that you install it, and then actually it ends on April 17 of 2027. So 5 years from 2022. And then I'm going to discuss this. The topic that I'm going to provide for the course, or these 11 chapters that I've already written a book that I have named it The Direct Path to Linux Ubuntu. And then the book is about 11 chapters. Chapter 1 is talking about the Unix and Linux operating system. Chapter 2 is the basic of Unix and Linux. Chapter 3 is intermediate Unix, Linux. Chapter 4 is advanced Unix and Linux. From chapter 1 through chapter 2, you're basically learning the basics of Unix and Linux, in particular Linux Ubuntu. I'll provide you a lot of examples and a lot of definition, everything, including the installation. Chapter 1 and 2 will be covered everything from basic level. Chapter 3 is intermediate level. I'll show you on my website about 33 Linux commands that I identify them as intermediate level. Obviously, from novice to advanced to maybe expert level, or maybe to guru level, different people have different definition of what command should be under basics, or which one will go under intermediate, and which one should go under advanced, which one should be expert. I have done my portion, and you're welcome to just give your comments, and just make sure that your comments are just helpful to others when you're making those comments, and I'll definitely consider having those ones if you feel like that should be intermediate or basic or advanced level commands. In addition, for chapter 4, I'm covering advanced levels, and on chapter 4 I have about 88 commands that I'm going in details on each of those commands, which I will show you on this video. And chapter 5 is Unix shell scripting, which I have done a lot of web programming with the shell scripting with Python, Perl, and other ones. And then on this website, I have designed it. So I'll go through those ones also with you on this video. That way you can become from an expert at advanced level to an expert level, doing a lot of automation and system monitoring and cron jobs and everything to your level, that you could be helping other senior level or sysadmin that are kind of like asking you question that how would you write a script to automate this process. And shell scripting and Python scripting and C++, all of those programming languages will help you automate your system better and have some monitoring system and tools that other admins and other developers could take advantage of it, including documentation. And chapter 7 is about, chapter 6 is about Unix and Linux web server. So the entire Apache web server that I installed I did it on the Linux Ubuntu server, but I have done it on other platforms, as well as configuration of these web servers on a number of Unix servers and Linux servers for big companies all the time for the past 30 years. So that's a lot of thousands of servers that I have configured, installed, and then I have a lot of details with installing automations software through the binaries, as well as target zip files, as well as building from the source code, whether it's Apache web server or the Linux itself, or installing Linux operating system or Solaris operating system, or standalone servers, or a virtual machine, Dockers, Amazon Web Services, and then you could name it. I have done work on all of them, including upgrade from one version of, for example, from version of Solaris 8 to 9 and 9 to 10, or Jumpstart, Kickstart, all those configuration. In addition, I have done it for Linux platform from version 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, and 8 now to 9. I have done installation for the software that are required for in-place upgrade, or just standalone upgrade, or just out of the ISO image installation out of the CD. So chapter 7 shows you how to do Linux manual pages. These are all kind of a shell script and Python script that I wrote to automate the manual pages on the web. So if you're looking on a Linux server coming to my website, you don't have to be logged on to a Unix server. You basically come in and just start learning all the files, that whether they're HTML manual pages or PDF version, I have posted for you there. So chapter 8 is the Linux Ubuntu manual pages in PDF format. I wrote a Python program to generate about 6,500 technical documentation of Linux Ubuntu manual pages from section 1 through section 9, and it's all available on my website in PDF format. You're welcome to watch this video to the end and just learn from it. Similarly, for C and C++, include header files. If you're a developer, sometimes you have to be logged on to the system to see IOStream or standard IO.h, or some functions, printf, or standard library, or any other libraries, MATLAB or MATC or something. All of those ones, when you're doing programming, you will need to look at these and include files, how those function calls, or how those external variables declarations are done, so you can just help yourself. And that documentation is on chapter 9 of my book, the direct path to Linux Ubuntu. And then the chapter 10 is the Linux Rocky release 9.2 manual pages. That's also in PDF. It's about 11,000 something manual pages that are all in. And if you are running Rocky Linux or CentOS, you have to be logged onto the system. But because I'm running a Linux Ubuntu, I have to create these ones in a PDF format and then make it available on my website for Linux Rocky version. Similarly, I did the same thing for Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9.2, which is also about 12,000 some technical documentation. So a lot of the technical documentation is on my website. That's why I'm making this video from novice to expert. If you read these chapters and understand them, and go online and then practice them. So chapter 2 through 4, which is basic, intermediate, and advanced, you can actually practice everything online. You can run the command as if you're sitting in front of a Linux Ubuntu server. And you're using my cloud, all you need is internet access and a web server, and internet access and a web browser, and you're welcome to learn it. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. First of all, my name is Wahid Lutfi, or Wahidullah Lutfi. Full name is Wahidullah. Short name is Wahid. and then you can call me Wahid. And then I'm also a computer scientist by professional. I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in computer science from Cal State University, Fullerton. I got my bachelor in 1994 and my master in 1997. And I have been working more than 30 years now in the industry for prestige companies. My full-time jobs I have held as a programmer, software engineer, senior sysadmin, and enterprise system analyst for my current job, enterprise system analyst for since 2016. I have been working for Jet Propulsion Laboratory in NASA as an enterprise system analyst. Before that one, I was also, for 13 years, I worked as a senior sysadmin for Jet Propulsion Laboratory in NASA. But I was working under the contract of Computer Science Corporation as an affiliate, and then I was a senior principal lead sysadmin also. And then I have also had part-time jobs as adjunct college professor. My first college professor job was back in 1997 at Computer Learning Center. Then in 98, I started teaching at National University because I had my master's degree and I had so many years of professional experience. They considered me to teach computer science courses at National University for Bachelor of Science students. And so I taught operating system classes, database classes, compiler classes, and then C, C++, Visual Basic, and then a lot of other MySQL and structured query language courses at National University. Then I continued teaching at Cal State Fullerton, one course of Windows NT operating system, and back in 1998, I believe it was, or 1999. And then I also taught some Oracle classes at Cal State Fullerton, a few of those ones with Oracle and SQL class and everything. And then I also have been, I had about maybe 4 years at National University and about 2-3 semesters at Cal State Fullerton and about 5 semesters at Pasadena City College. I taught, since COVID, I taught some courses before that one and after for Pasadena City College. I taught Python programming, about 5 courses of Python programming, 1 course of C++ programming, data structure with C++, 1 course of data structure with Python, and then several courses of Python, obviously, and then Unix, shell scripting, Unix programming, also at Pasadena, 1 semester, and then I have made a lot of videos online in the past year or so for on YouTube that you are welcome to watch and start learning from them. And those of you that have already subscribed to our channel, thank you so much for your subscription. Please continue watching those ones and make comments so I can improve it based on your needs. I have also had a position as DBA, as sysadmin, and then subject matter expert, and then as consultant. Currently, I'm working for NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory for the past 21 years almost, and I have done a lot of these systems, whether it's Unix, Linux, programming, software engineering, on big projects that are very, very successful for Mars Science Laboratory projects, flight operation projects, and then other projects such as Cassini, Saturn, Jupiter, every one a project that I was involved, and including the last project that we just did it for Psyche. So the launch of Psyche was successful, and then it is still gonna reach there hopefully in 2029, and then we're just waiting for that good news next. So just to let you know that I have also have many Unix and Linux certification and shell programming and Java programming and other courses, including a lot of cybersecurity for NASA. And NASA mandates a lot of every year that we have to be certified for cybersecurity. And I have a lot of certification in the past number of years, and a lot of awards and certification from JPL Computer Science and the companies that I worked in the past, and those ones are also my in the list of certifications. And my best hobby is loving soccer, and I have been playing soccer forever. And then I coach, and I love to help children grow, and I have helped a lot of children and the community that I live to learn soccer. So let me just go back to this video, and then we're coming here to show you that in order to install Linux Ubuntu, we have to visit the website ubuntu.com/desktop. Even though it says /desktop, you're actually getting the ISO image from this directory. And when you're getting the ISO image, you're not worried about whether you're installing the desktop or a server side. It is the tools and software packages that you select, and that makes it either a server or a desktop client. By default, the desktop client has a graphical user interface. It has the command line, the terminals, everything. So you get that, and then you're welcome to watch this video also when you visit this website. I have done so many of them, so you're welcome to watch it and then see what other things that discusses on that video. To be honest, I have not clicked on the video. I just want to train you on it, because for all these platforms I have done so much. I know what is going on there to begin with. So Linux Ubuntu 22.04 long-term support. I have already downloaded that one. I will be installing that one, and then we will continue on with that. And then in order to do that one, like I showed you the link on the URL, the website that you're visiting, ubuntu.com/desktop, you have to download the ISO image. To save you time, I have already downloaded the file, and I'm already having that file, and I'll go through the installation when we are finished with this lecture part of the video. When we are in the lab, and just watch the lab part, and we'll go from 0 to hero. And the fact that some people, they say 0 to hero, actually that's a not good term for me to just say we're starting from 0. Nobody's at the 0 level, to be honest. If you just heard the name of the operating system, or Linux or Unix or Ubuntu or ISO image, you're at some level. And then it's better to say from novice to expert. That's why I name it. Depending on if you're already at advanced level, you should be looking at the later chapters and all the technical documentation, everything that I provide on that one. Then that way you're also getting some help. Linux Ubuntu installation and software update will be covered. And then when we do the installation, after the installation, I'll show you that how to do the update, and also to do if you need to do upgrade, how to get your system up to date, as well as if you have to upgrade it to the next version that's available at a later date. So Linux Ubuntu long-term support, it's actually going to end in 2027, April 17. So Linux installation, when you install it, it comes out like this screen that I have already done it in the past. My other videos have shown you this information. So the graphical user interface, which is called GUI, is kind of an interface that you have icons, like similar to Windows. Like File Manager, you can have this icon for File Manager, or Firefox, or Mozilla, email, or whatever, Firefox, or the email stuff, and then anything that you have, like a LibreOffice, and then let's say application, help, and then so on. Applications, software, list of software updates. This is application for software update. This is the all application listing, but I will go through all of that one, those icons, what they mean and where to just open them. And then at the same time, you have the terminal interface or command line interface. As you can see, the graphical user interface, the GUI, is this interface in the background, and then these icons. And then right now I have one extern session, which is this white extern session, and then one session. You see this dot here, that means I open a terminal for the command prompt, and that I just use this extern command, and then I use that one to open this extern. And as you can see here, I wrote extern, which is the command to open a terminal in a X window session. So if you have a GUI interface, by default your display is already set, and then you can run the extern. If you just don't give any argument, it will just open a default either black or white screen, normally a black screen with the text font as white. But I wanted to just change the order and just open this white session with black fonts on top of it. So that's why I wrote extern -bg means background. White is this white background, and -fg means foreground. Foreground in this case is black. As you can see that the color is black color, and then the FA means face or font face. In this case, I abbreviated New York to NY. You can write New York with a space, but you have to put it within code. You can also type in NY, that short name. The font size is 15 characters. This is the size of it. If you just make it really big, then the font will show bigger. If you make it small, it will be smaller. But I thought that since it's a video, size font 15 is very readable by everybody. Even if you watch the video on a cell phone, you can read this thing very nicely. And then this ampersand is just the background process saying that run this command and give me my prompt back. Run the command and just have it till I close it. This process will be running in the background. If you don't give this ampersand, it means this command is going to run in the foreground. Then you're not going to have a prompt back there. It will be, your prompt will be pointing to this one. Then when you exit out of this one, that program process dies. But at this time now, I can run this command as well as this one. That's the advantage of this ampersand. I want to be clear, when I'm teaching something from novice to expert, you have to know all the details of it. For example, this Wahid at MyWebUniversity is the title of this one because prompt shell 1 is pointing to that one. But as we go through this definition, some of them will reveal better for you. So I'm going to just go through Unix and Linux history first. And then in order to do that one, I put these images here. On the first image that I'm going to show you is Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson. They're sitting at AT&T Bell Laboratory in 1969. This is a very nice picture that was posted by Bell Laboratory, or the company that Bell Laboratory merged with. Is I forgot the actual name was at that time, and then that one merged with another company. So those names are actually, you could see on the website that is available there. This is back in 1969 when they wrote the AT&T Unix version of 1969. The epoch calendar of Unix also starts from January 1st of 1970 because of these two gentlemen that were the pioneer of Unix operating system, or the developers. They wrote all the cool stuff. And Dennis Ritchie, God bless him, passed away. He was a C programmer, and Ken Thompson is still developing. He is also a co-founder of Go language for Google. So he is still building software. And then on top of it, in the 90s, Linus Trovert, a student at Finland school, he thought that maybe it would be cool if we just use C and C compiler to just rewrite a smaller version of Unix, which we call it Linux. Linux was introduced by him back in 1990s, and then he wrote an email to all the people that could just help out at the same time, and he was the inventor of Linux at the time. So that company later on become Red Hat. Red Hat, it went from one version to other version, and then went back to the enterprise level from even from 6 to 3 or something drop, and then from 3 it jumped in back to Linux as 5, eventually 6, 7, and then at 7 point, actually 6.x up to 6.6, up to 5 or 6. They were using a net, which was System 5 Release 4, and Linux 6.6 or 7.6. They introduced System D. Actually, it was 7. System D was introduced with for Linux Red Hat 7 and up. And then at some point, when Red Hat 7 was end of life, they came up with 8.6, and 8.6 is now currently running 9.2. And then I have some videos also on Red Hat for 9.2 Enterprise Linux 9.2, from 0 to hero. Actually, the name 0 doesn't mean anything. Nobody's at 0 level, but it's from novice to advanced level for that video. So this Linux stuff, it was not just Linux Red Hat. It was Caldera, it was OpenSUSE, it was CentOS, which was the community enterprise edition of Linux that was kind of a spin-off from Red Hat. And then the CentOS at 8.6, it just got kind of like end of life. And then the Rocky version came as a result. Rocky Linux was the founder, was actually one of the founder was Rocky, and the other one was Greg Kurtzer. God bless Rocky. He's no longer with us, but the founder of another founder of Rocky Linux thought that, well, he was a founder of CentOS. He named Rocky as a result of his friend or a co-founder together that they worked on it. Instead of CentOS, they came out with the name Rocky. So Rocky is currently at 9.2. Unfortunately, Red Hat made a decision last month or so to say that the source code will only be available to the subscriber that they purchase it. It will not be open to public like it was in the past, because IBM acquired Red Hat. And that decision kind of upset a lot of developers and people that they are working on open source, and then they want to do good for the sake of public general licensing, and then GNU stuff and everything else, open source code. And so one of the company that Rocky founder that is currently owned is CIQ. And then on this one, let me just move this thing a little bit up. Okay, CIQ, and Gregory Kurtzer is the CEO of it. And then he is also the founder of Rocky Linux. They both, CIQ, SUSE, and Oracle, they joined to make this association, Open Enterprise Linux Association, which is like as of a couple of months ago, this one got started. And I'm a member of this community as well. And it's going to be really good, because we want to save a Linux environment for the open source and open developers, and make sure the source code can be they're available so people could contribute and help out in the community. And then moving forward, Linux will be Linux, but which company is going to help and which company is going to make it only private, that's up to their developers and to the people that they are in charge, not to us, not to me especially, but I'm just a contributor. So Ubuntu was also introduced. Ubuntu Linux was very nice, and we're going to have this video on Ubuntu. I really like the Ubuntu name because it's all for the sake of humanity. And Ubuntu is a term in Africa, and it says that I am because you are, or the fact that I exist because you exist. It's just about others, not about selfness, or there's no word of claiming that you're there because of me. I'm there because you're. So Linux Ubuntu installation, we will go through that one from novice to expert, and this is the book, and then this is going to be the full course. And how we do that one, we are going to do through an introduction to Unix and Linux operating system. And then that was the first few chapters. And then the basic level of Linux will be covered. That's chapter 2 of my book. And then intermediate level, that's chapter 3 level of that one is going to be covered. And chapter 4 is advanced level. And then chapter 5 and on is the expert level. So we will be discussing all of that in full detail. As you can see here, the book that I wrote, The Direct Path to Linux Ubuntu, this is all online at MyWebUniversity.com. And this is a table of content HTML file that you could go through it, and then it will just provide you this nice interface. So you can just click on each one of this, and then you could go through, and it will walk you through chapter by chapter and by examples. And I will show you that one on this class. I'm assuming that when you're on chapter 1 and 2, you're on the novice level. Chapter 3 is an intermediate level, and chapter 4 is advanced. Please choose your chapters and go through the video for the chapter that benefits you the most. You don't have to watch the whole entire video. You can watch the video where it interests you and skip the part that it is kind of like redundant for you, or you already know it. But for myself, any video that I watch, usually I pay attention to what I don't understand, and so that way I can just get something to know a little bit more. Knowledge is power, and not sharing makes you more powerful. And then by just subscribing to our channel and making some comments, you're sharing, and sharing is caring. And if you like this video, please subscribe for more information. Also, make sure that you can share our channel to your friends, loved ones, so that they can get a lot of videos and books and PDF files online for free, and start learning and helping on the community. Always please support humanity for good cause. Everything that we do is for humanity. This world is going to be a better place if we all support humanity and good cause everywhere we are. Love and peace for all. I'm not going to end this video right now. I'm going to start the video now and just covering you the lab session, but I'm done with the lecture. So please just follow the rest of the video, starting with my website, and I'm going to go ahead and show you exactly what we need to do. So let me just close this one and close this one. I'm not sure whether these, okay, these are the screen that I opened. So as I told you on the website, I already went to this website right here, which was ubuntu.com/desktop. and I already click on download page. When you click on download page, those other page shows up, and then it says that this one, if you click on this one, you can see that this is long-term support. And then if you say go ahead to the home page, and then it will just take you there. I've already downloaded, and let me just click on this one more time. And right here you can see it is good until April 2027, the long-term support, 5 years from 2022. And then when you click on download, 22.04.3 will be downloaded. So I have already have a file manager open here. Let me just close the file manager and then open it again. And I'm going to click on download here. And you can see here the download page. Let me move this again. It is just right where I'm reading the text. Okay. So you can see Ubuntu 22.04.3 desktop version is here. But at the same time, if I'm on a command prompt, if I just open a command prompt here, and this screen is here, let me maximize this one so you know exactly what I'm typing here. And then all the screen on the background, I could just make it go away, but I could just leave it because I made it transparent. I think it is readable this way. So if I just say cd to download directory, then I'm looking at Ubuntu store. So if I just look at the Ubuntu store, these are the directory. As you can see, today's date, the date/t, the timestamp is 10/29. So I have already downloaded this ISO image to save time, and it's about 5 GB. And then the previous one that I had installed it in the previous sessions that I had other videos demonstrated was on 4/15/2023. This one is on 10/29 today. I downloaded today, as you can see, is 10/29, and this was downloaded. So this file, that .iso image file is there, and it's about 5 GB. As you can see, 5.9 digit number. That means it's 5 GB. And then I'm going to just use that one for installation purpose. But before I do that one, let me clear a screen and say system info, and then do a pipe, and then say find a string /i, and then I'm going to say OS name. So this will tell me that what kind of operating system is my host operating system. In this case, I'm running a Microsoft Windows 11 operating system. I'm gonna install a virtual machine version of Linux Ubuntu on this machine as a guest operating system. So in order to do that, I need to make sure that I have enough resources. So if I look at my memory on the system, you can see that I have enough memory, 32 gig total memory, and 24 GB of that one is available. You can also right click here and use Task Manager and just say, for Task Manager, you can just click on this one and then click on memory, and you see about 23.7 GB as free. So you can do that one in the CPU information, everything. All the details are there. At the same time, if you just say about your PC, so when you click on the about page, this one also tells you that you have this processor 11 Gen Intel 3.4 gigahertz, and then the name of host is algorithm, and then the installed RAM is 32 gig. So you can see a lot of ways you can get it. For example, if you run device manager on this command line, let me just close this one. And then here you can also get the processor information. So if I just get that one, clear my screen, and then say system info, and then model for the processor model, you can get that information as well. Here you can see Intel family model, and it's a mini computer, mini IT, mini T11, and it's about 3.4 gigahertz speed. So you can get a lot of details if you just do this command with 5 more. You get all the information in one list, as you can see here, whether it's memory or CPU or other resources, network, and everything is there. And also Hyper-V requirement is met here. That means I can use the virtualization VMware software or VirtualBox, which I have downloaded the VirtualBox software, and I can use that one to install it. In addition to that one, since I showed you this one, I'm going to close this one, and then I'm going to also close the command line. If I need to open it, I will open it again, but I'm going to show you device manager. So when you type in device manager, and at the run, it will give you the device. You can also go on the processor right here and look at the number of, I have 8 cores of an i7 processor at 3.4 gigahertz, as you can see, 11 generation Intel Core i7. So you have that one, also the detail of it, as well as you can see all other devices like memory, CPU, processors, and everything else there. So we did check on it. Now let's go to the VirtualBox. The VirtualBox is the software that allows us to install virtual machine. In this case, I have had a number of virtual machine. You can see I have Rocky version, I have Solaris version, I have Linux, Ubuntu version, I have Red Hat version, and so on. And then I'm going to just open a new, I create a new one by clicking this button new. But before I do that one, let me just show you one more requirement here. On the desktop on a Windows host operating system, whenever you're creating a directory on the, let me just go on the main. So here I have this directory under user profile. So my profile is that, and then if I just want to look at the directory store VirtualBox, you can see here the VirtualBox VMs as the directory. So VirtualBox VMS virtual machines, you can see to that one, and then you can see all the name of the host here that are just showing here on these icons. So for each one of these ones, like for example, on algorithm is one of them. And if you look at the directory of algorithm, directory algorithm, then you can see that these virtual machines are available for it. And then that's VIDK file and all the virtual box configuration files, VDI, virtual disk image, the actual image, everything is there for all of them. So inside here, when we are creating these ones, if I look at the MyWebUniversity, for example, that is the Ubuntu version. So you can see here directory of that one. You can see that that file is about 72 gig in there, because I must have allocated and I must have used it. I'll show you how to do this one and create these files. And another thing is that when you look at your resources, so if I'm on the C prompt here, clear screen, on this one, if I just type in directory, this shows all my directories that are there. Under the program files, I have VirtualBox, and then I have other stuff. But in order to just look at it, you have to have some available memory in order to just create a VirtualBox. Since I have 343 gig, I can just create another VirtualBox with 50 gig or so, no problem. And then I'm going to just close this one more time. This time I'm going to click on the desktop setting, and then on the desktop setting, notice this one is 150% recommended. If I use this one, when I create the VirtualBox, I notice that VirtualBox interface is not going to give me an option somewhere and that I can click next to continue, because the kind of prompt or dialog box is too big to do it. So in order to get the next button here, I'm going to reduce it to 125. So I get that option first, and then later on, I'll just change it back to just use the recommended version. So this is even better. It's good right now. I can see everything. And then if I don't need to change it, even though the recommended is 150%, I can live with this. So let's just do this one with the VirtualBox now. So now VirtualBox, you can see that the interface is a little bit kind of small. But if I change it back to 150%, when I create the new on this one, I don't see these options here. That's what I mean. That's why I change it to go to see the entire thing. If I just close it, let me just close it, and I changed display setting to 150%. I'm going to show you this one because it is important for you that if you don't see that one, you like are not puzzled. Why am I just seeing that screen? And this is the default size for me. So if I just go here now, the resolution is that, and then I go, let's say on the VirtualBox, and then I say, okay, I got this one now. Let's say I click on new, and notice that this interface is giving you that much detail. As soon as you just go with more options, that interface might not show up. But at this time, I'm not having too much difficulty to read everything. Let's see if the next prompt is going to cause that problem. If it doesn't, I can live with 150 there. Otherwise, I will change it. So I'm gonna just call it Ubuntu, the name of the interface, and say Ubuntu Novice to Advanced, Novice to Expert. You can name it like that as long as the name is taken there, because I'm using dash, and then if it is a valid name, then you get a check mark. If it's not a valid name, if I put a space here or something, later on it's gonna just complain, say I cannot do it or something else. But I could just maybe call it Ubuntu Expert, or Ubuntu. Let's call it Ubuntu 22.4.03. This is more specific to the version. You don't have to give the version that you want. You don't want to. It's up to you. But sometimes people say, don't give the name of the version. People know what operating system you're using and what those kind of information for security purposes. You can argue that, well, if somebody knows that information or doesn't know that information, if they're good enough, they will get that information on your system once they are there. You better be protecting your system that they cannot get into your system without your permission. So Ubuntu 22.04 is there, and then this is the directory. At this time, the ISO image, I'm gonna click on it and just select the other, and then I'm gonna go to the download directory and then look at the one that I just did at 1029 and 22.04. So I'm gonna select that one. That's the right one. And then next one, we're gonna just use the next window. And then as you can see here, these other folders are not giving you option, but it's giving you a next button. So at the next button now, this is a little bit different from previous version. Maybe that's why they changed the dialog boxes differently. So, and this installation is gonna show a little bit different. So I'm gonna go through this with the VirtualBox software. Maybe the new upgrade is checking on that resolution issue, and then it's correcting it already. So unattended guest operating system install. The username, I want to just call it Wahid, my first name, and then I'm going to give a new password. And the password has to be secure and it has to be strong. So make sure that you don't give your password to anyone and just use it as secure and strong, and that way you can stay with it. This is the host name. It's gonna name it Ubuntu 22.04. I don't want to name it like that. I'm gonna just give the host name. Let's say, but we should call it demo version or Ubuntu demo. Ubuntu. Actually, go just demo is good enough. Demo is maybe not demo. Then let's just change it to MyWebUniversity. MyWebUniversity for MyWebUniversity. Okay, so this is just abbreviated shorter, but when I say login Wahid at MyWebUni, that would be just the name of the host. And then domain name, it just gave the domain name myguest.virtualbox.org. I will leave the domain name the way they chose it. Doesn't matter. If I don't have a domain name, I'll just use this one temporary, and then you can just even blank it out and don't have a domain name for it. That's fine also. myguest.virtualbox.org is not a good name, so I'm not gonna just have too many domain names. But notice that it just failed because it says you need to hold the domain name. Let's see if it allows us to do without the domain name. And then install in background. I don't want to do that one. Additional software, guest additional software. We want to install the guest additional software also, and that's also in VirtualBox guest additional.io. And I might have it on this directory, Oracle VirtualBox. I might not have it on this path, so I'm gonna just escape that one at this time. Then I will do the guest additional at a later date. And then let's just give this name here again. So I'm gonna say that VirtualBox, or I could just call it at MyWebUniversity.com or anything. Say local and domain dot. Local domain is that is good. MyWebUni at local domain. And then notice that once you type that field for domain name, it comes out with next. So I'm going to click on next. At this time, it's waiting for me to allocate the number of processor. So since the memory, I just, sorry, not processor, memory. Memory, I have about 24 gig free, or I'm going to allocate about 16 gig of it. And so the installation is faster. 16384, that's about 16 gig. So, and processor, notice it has one processor. I'm gonna give it all 4 of them out of the 8 that I have. That is 4 is available. I'm gonna give the host operating system using all these other ones, and then these 4 is gonna be allocated to that one. And then I'm gonna click next here, and then create a virtual disk, hard disk. So at this time, it is by default is 25. I'm gonna move it to 55. That's good enough. 55 gig, and then whether you want to do a pre-allocated full size or you just want to leave it and dynamically grow it, it is up to you. I leave it up to not allocated, pre-allocated. As I use it, it will just be given. So dynamically it will grow. Use an existing virtual hard disk. No, I don't have an existing one. I want to create a new one. And then do not have hard disk. So this is all good. Now I'm going to click on next. And then here it says that this is the selection that I did here. And with 55 gigabyte of hard disk, 16 gigabyte of memory, and the username is Wahid, and then everything else is their product key, and everything is saying product key is false. at this time, because I have to agree with the license. So this is gonna go through that, and then at this time, I'm gonna do this. And then now it says powering the virtual machine. And I'm going to just go through the view here, and I'm gonna say, if I do full screen, I'm gonna go select scale mode. That way we can see all these other ones. If you do full screen, it will just be too much. But this is all readable. So right now it is going through the installation of the software, but it is just opening screens, and let's see how successful it is there. This is nice so far. I mean, the whole thing is going really fast because of our processors and everything. And right now it says verifying the installation configurations. So it will just go through those ones and detecting, and it's using the Debian package manager to install software, and later on, once the software are installed, and then you have the apt repository or apt package manager, as well as snap package manager, and that are kind of the front end part for Debian package manager. So we're using all of that, and you can see here you have this arrow, so you can see all the software that are being installed, VLC and Firefox and LibreOffice and so on. A lot of the Jammy Jellyfish, kind of nice interface for the desktop, because the desktop version, as I mentioned, if you have to make it a web server, you have to install the, let's say you make it an Apache web server, you have to install Apache software. And then you have to listen to port 80 or port 443. Similarly, if you want to make it a secure shell web server, then you have to listen to port 22. Similarly, if you make it for a secure FTP or something, you have to listen to the default daemon that is configured for it. In this case, if it's secure FTP, it's secure FTPD, it's FTPD. And if it's SSH, it's SSHD. If it's firewall, you're listening, it's firewall D, or Ubuntu firewall UFW. And all these names that comes out as a result of the daemon name and the listening port, and then that becomes a server at that time. So right now it is going through the installation, it is copying files, and once the copying files are done, you can see that it is going to just say your system is ready to reboot. At this time, I'm going to still go through this screen. I'm not gonna end the kind of or pause anything at this time yet, and because it is going very fast, and I think we can just tell you a little bit about Linux and Unix, and while you're learning it. So at this time, let's say we're gonna just open the browser and leave this one on the background. And because this is a multi-threaded operating system, Windows 11, we can run many sessions of different operating system. Like for example, here we're doing a virtual box on Linux Ubuntu. At the same time, on the guest operating system, I'm using Unix. And at the same time, here on the SSH, I'm logged on to another server that I could just close this window. This is a leftover from previous session. And notice here that this screen is just does not give you anything here to just check, click on it, because the session has closed. So one other thing that you could do is just come in on this one and then log in again and then close that one session, or just to minimize the window and then do it from that one. But let me just go on this one later on. I'll log into that one later on, and then at this time I could just click here and then say close, and that will close that one. At this time I don't need to use this one also. And let me just close some of these other ones. You can see the CPU and is being used on the system extensively. You can see that how the system performance is coming, and memory, as you can see, it's 9.2 gigabyte available from the 24 gig, because we all allocated about 16 gig to the virtual machine here. So all of these are dynamically happening and changing. Here you can see the memory, you can see the CPU, you can see the disk IO, everything. So the task manager is going to be your friend to just look at the Windows side. And when we log into the Linux side, we can run top or htop or ps command or other commands to look at the detail of what's happening on the Linux side, to look at our resources. And now this is almost there. Let's get into the web server of MyWebUniversity.com, which is this page. This is the secure page, https www.mywebuniversity.com. This website I have been running it since 2000, and it is really secure page, and it has a lot of technical documentation, thousands of it, which I'm going to go through this with you. I redesigned it lately. I use a lot of my vacation and holidays and off hours time to just build this site. I've been working on it since 2000 when I designed it. Originally, I wrote everything in Perl, Shell, and CSS and HTML and JavaScript. Then I converted to Python and shell scripting and React and a lot of other HTML, CSS, a lot of combination for different purpose at different time, and then a lot of automation. So this website, when I'm going to show you today, I'm going to, this is actually a website that you can just get to all my videos. So if you want to just go to my videos here, you could get into my Web University YouTube channel, which you can see I have about 1.1 K of videos, and then about 1.06 subscribers, but it's still growing because people are not seeing as much of these videos at this time. Maybe later on, maybe they will look at it. But what it is when you're going through the website itself, if I just go on the website main page, on this page, I have this icon next, or the home page. So if you're on the home page, this is what it shows up. And if you want to go to the next page, whether you click here or you click on here, you have this button. On any of these videos that you click, it will take you to YouTube, and you can watch the entire video. This is about 4.4 hours that is teaching the entire Red Hat Linux, Enterprise Linux, or this one is NumPy modules. And then this, I just put a portion of those 1.1 K. I only put 6 videos here to just give you what is on my YouTube channel. But if you want to watch the whole video, you are welcome to watch here. This is like Advanced Linux Chapter 4 of my book videos. And this is shell scripting, bash scripting. This is Linux Ubuntu. So there's all kind of courses and everything available for you. But on top of it, I wrote this book called The Direct Path to Linux Ubuntu. And then on this course, as you can see, the table of content, let me resize this screen a little bit smaller than 100. I think this is good enough, 80. So you're visiting mywebuniversity.com, which is on a secure page. And then the book that I have is called The Direct Path to Linux Ubuntu. The reason I call it the direct path, it is a direct way to just show you everything, examples by examples, and learn it by practicing it online. So that's a direct way. It's a very fast way to learn. It's a new method that I thought that would help you better. So I wrote the entire thing on Python or C or C++ or Shell or Bash or cascaded style sheet, combination of all those things to make this interface available for you. And then from this interface, now you have the entire book online and that you can practice it. So this book is having 11 chapters. Chapter by chapter, I'm going to go through them, so that way you can start learning. Let's go through the preface first. And then the preface, you say the direct path to Linux Ubuntu. This book is actually dedicated to my beloved late brother, Dr. Amanullah Lutfi. My brother, Dr. Amanullah Lutfi, was a cardiologist, worked for Kaiser more than 30 years, and helped so many people, so many patients, so many patients, as well as other community and friends and neighbors and countrymen all over, to just whenever they needed some kind of help on as a cardiologist. He was like a very good surgeon as well as a good cardiologist. So he helped so many people, and unfortunately in 2021, God bless him, he passed away. He is no longer with us, but he inspired so many people while he was on this earth, and his legacy will remain forever with us. I'm one of the people that I just, like all the rest of my family, everybody, we know how noble person he was and how much he helped us. God bless all of those noble people that are no longer with us. Whether it's my family or your family or somebody you know, and that they dedicated their life to do the good deeds, and then they are in heaven. God bless them all. So I dedicated this book for my beloved brother, and I owe all my life to him. He did so much for me. So I'm gonna do tell you about the agreement of this book or this website. The website is designed to just help you, and then just make sure that you don't do anything to damage the website or the contents of the website or the users, or try to help others, and then like I do. And so I'm going to just show you in this book, the online, you can have two ways to learn Linux Ubuntu online. Everything is online. Either you practice it on my cloud at MyWebUniversity.com, or you could just use the chapter, each chapter, practice it one by one. So if you click on the this, you will go to the main chapter, and then if you come in back to the preface, you will see that all of these chapters are available. So this interface is very nice for you to do it, and why I wrote this book is explained here. I'm not going to go through all the detail one by one, but I'm going to show you what is an introduction to Linux and Unix. So at this time, we talked about Unix and Linux. We say the invention of Unix was Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson at Bell Laboratory, and then Nokia. Bell Lab is now the name of the company that owns the previous company. And then at this time, you can see that God bless Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson, who is the co-founder of Go language. And they came out with a DT version of Unix at the Bell Laboratory, and that now we have a lot of other Unix and Linux flavors as a result of their starting and the Unix operating system. The epoch calendar that started the Unix calendar is January 1st of 1970, which I will also show you later on. Those information, and that is there. In addition, I have on my website some other search engine like Google. If you're searching for these words like Unix, Linux, Unix versus Linux, Unix and Linux, Unix kernel, history, multitasking, multi-threading, system administration, Sun Solaris microsystem, RSH, RCopy, RExec, FTP, Telnet, all of these ones are switched to SSD, Secure Shell Daemon. And then Linux shells and Korn shell, Bash, C shell, True C shell, ZSH, LD, the linker, AES for assembly, link, make, GCC, MDB, ADB, and JDB. All of these ones are list of things that you can just practice for your homework and search on maybe on Google. Google.com, for example, you could just type in, let's say bash, you could just type in and you will get that one. If you want to say, let me see if MyWebUniversity bash scripting is there, bash script. So if you search for that one and then go under videos, and then you could see the videos that are there. And so every video that are posted, it doesn't have to be MyWebUniversity. Let's do bash scripting itself, bash script. You can see that there's a lot of people they're writing bash videos. And if you are interested in to just look at MyWebUniversity, maybe MyWebUniversity here.com or MyWebUniversity channel, then you can see here my shell scripting with bash complete course shows up there. So you can see all of these are at MyWebUniversity videos that I post. Some of them are others and some of them are mine. So you are welcome to do the search engine. So I'm going to go back to here from this one terminal, and then I come here. So instead of Google, you can also go to Linux manual pages PDF version. So I wrote this all PDF version for a number of Linux platforms. So one of them is today that we are discussing Ubuntu. As you can see here, we have about 6,992 PDF files for Ubuntu. So if you click on this one, I already posted this PDF format. You can see they're by section 1 through all the way to section 9. So each one of them that are PDF file, if you look at the system resolve, for example, you can see that it's a PDF file. This is not available for you on other web server in PDF format. Even if you go on Google, you have to just search for the name of the company and then say PDF files, and maybe the company made it PDF files, but it's not in one place. So you're going to look for a lot of documentation different ways. So for example, if I'm looking for Control F here, PWD for a print working directory or executable, DX for executable, this is going to show the print working directory of executable file. So this is the manual pages for that one. But if you do Control F here and you do PWD, every time it shows you, you can see it's one of 3. So this is the actual PWD, print working directory command, and you can see the manual pages there. And similarly, if you are looking for, let's say, GCC for compiler, so you can see that the GCC, there's a number of PDF files, 14 of them. The one that you click on it, the one that interests you, gcc.archive and then GCC and so on, all of that one is going to be available for you, C89 and available the documentation. So let's say, for example, I'm looking at this one, you can see here this the GCC and then there. At the same time, if you look for Python, for example, Python, Control F, actually open the Ubuntu first here, and then go here and say Control F, and then Python. Notice that Python 2.7, and if I look for Python 3, then I have to look for Python 3. And then 104, so I could just look at this one, and then Python 3.8 version is this one, and this is the Python. And this documentation is very clear to read and everything. So you're welcome to just come on my website and then start learning. This is for the Linux Ubuntu. At the same time, if you want to go for Rocky version, I have about 11,498 PDF files. Notice this is section 1 all the way to section 8 or section 9. So for each one of them that you click on the def command, for example, you will see this image that I gave Rocky Linux and Python and free PDF modules and MyWebUniversity credit. for making these things available. So I wrote the entire thing, but I want to just also give credit for some of these operating systems that they come up with manual pages, or the Python programming language that made my kind of development tools available for me, or a free PDF similarly, or MyWebUniversity that I am posting everything up online and writing all the scripts here. And at the same time, if you're looking for Rocky Linux, for example, let's say here the same thing. So let's say you look for the mount command, that's section 8. And when you do that one for mount is there, but 24 of them. So mount, if I look at the mount with section mount dot 1.8, that would be section 8 of it, mount.pdf. And notice here, since I categorize it by the section, on the top of this table, you will see the section 8. As you can see, section 8 is big, but this is section 8. So the entire thing, when I wrote bash scripting or Python or C or CSS or HTML or anything, all of them made it possible that everything is available for you online, that you just go visit my site and then you can get it. Similarly, I showed you Red Hat, Rocky, Linux, Ubuntu. You can get the PowerShell for Windows. You can get all that information, that many thousands of files, and then you can see that there's for PowerShell, I'm giving credit for those ones, and then my documentation that I wrote in Python is available for you. And then at the same time, and Windows Help, for Windows Help is similarly there. The reason I'm showing you all of this one is because all of this one is through scripting and automation and everything. Later on, when you become an expert on Linux and Unix and Windows and programming, you can do the same thing here and provide to the people here. So this is a PDF file for Windows 11 help, and then here's even you can just type in the command. For example, let's say the type is a shorter command. You can see here it is showing, and then here
displays the contents of a text file or files. Type, drive, path, file name.
So you can even read the audio version of it for it. So I made all of them using Linux, Ubuntu programming and skills that I have acquired throughout the years. And this is all available for you at mywebuniversity.com. I wrote this one within Python and shell scripting and Linux Ubuntu operating system. And this is all available for you, about 32,000 PDF files altogether. So this is one of the other one is Windows Help, which I showed you right here already. And this documentation and what is Linux, what is command that I just did this one for each of these Linux Ubuntu, the what is section, what is this command, what is that command, all of that one, you can see a summary of them there for all the commands that is available here. And we're gonna just go to the next one. Also, my book, The Direct Path to Linux Ubuntu, which we are currently watching it. So we're on chapter 1. Yeah, chapter 1. I'm gonna go to here. You can also get to Google or go to my YouTube channel, and you click on this one, and then you have about 1,100 videos that are all online here available for you. You're welcome to go to the videos or click on the playlist. On the playlist, you can watch C++, Linux advanced levels, Unix advanced levels, Windows, Solaris, and VirtualBox, and so many things. Even I have videos on Farsi language, and that I teach computer science courses to poor Afghan innocent children that they're no longer allowed to go to school because they're girls. Women and girls are in the past year or so are prohibited to work or go to school, unfortunately. so by the government of Taliban. And so that hopefully will be someday open, and we just allow everybody to have a normal life. And sorry, I just so let's go back to the discussion of all the options that are here. I'm gonna go back to the page here. I'm gonna go to the next chapter, and next chapter I'm going to show you the chapter 2 and the basic Unix levels. I have about 33 commands here. And so basically on this table that I'm providing you, I have 3 sections: the what is section, the man page, and the example. So the what is section is just going to every command that you click on, it has a what is section. It says what is a calendar. It shows you calendar, it displays the calendar. And then it has an example section and all these examples, and then a manual pages, section 3. So there's 3 sections. So for example, on the calendar command, if I just click on the calendar, it runs the calendar command on my Linux cloud on my web server, Linux Ubuntu, and it produces the output for you this month current calendar. If you just say, well, give me the January 1st or 9070 calendar, this is the entire January, calendar 9070. And then you can see the epoch calendar of January is started this. So if I just want to get the January 1st only for 9070, then I can come in and modify it and say 1 plus that. So this is the query string that I'm passing on to my script here. And then I say, run that command. And if that command is a valid command on Linux, which says run the calendar command for January, month of January and the year of 9070, and it gives you that information. So some of the information that I'm showing here, I just made it possible for you, so you could just click on it. The calendar 9031, and then you can see the entire calendar of 9031. Similarly, if you just click on February 1992, you can see 1998, you can see February 1998. And similarly for let's say calendar 6/2001, and then you will see that one. So this is good for your information, that in case if you were wondering the date and month that you were born, what day was it? Was it Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, or whatever, Friday? Then you could just have it there. It just reminded me of a joke. Say somebody says his birthday was on Friday, and his friend says, no, Friday was a holiday there. And nobody's born on a holiday, and it's like that the Friday, but that's a joke. So here we go back to the calendar, the list of commands, and I showed you some of the commands like banner, for example. In order for me to run the banner, you will get this kind of outputs on the display. So I made a kind of like an image out of it, and I displayed it for you. That way you can see it here. And then sometimes if it is not possible to duplicate the screen, or permission issues, or some kind of security vulnerability that you don't want to just open it to as a kind of like a issue for other people to hack your system, you have to program it differently. That's what I did. So here, for example, just banner peace for all, it just displays banner peace for all. And we need peace. We need peace in the word hello word. And then I love to play football. That is the command. And right here I have said banner, I love to play football. You say banner followed by the string, and it will do this one. This is just one character. So I'm duplicating it on my things on my cloud, and you can see it is displaying banner hello. If I change the character to A to B, it will just display B. If I change it to a 1, the number, or 11, and then it will just do that one. So now let's say make that one to 5.5, see if it looks ugly or looks see that it's not readable. So that's why the image is a little bit harder to read that way. But banner the direct Linux to Ubuntu, this is also kind of close. You can see that it is doing that one, but sometimes you have to read the manual pages. I provide you the manual pages for it, so you can just come in here. Like you were looking at the calendar command, you can type in calendar, it will provide you the calendar command. So this is all dynamic. If you want the date command, you just run the date command here. If you want to save a man, let's say GCC for GNU C collection compiler, it will just give you that. Any command that you type in, like pkill, process kill command, you can see that on pgrep and pkill, all of those ones fall in the same category. So that is listed here. Let's go back to the chapter 2 again, right here. And at this time, I'm not gonna finish chapter 2. I'm gonna look at our installation to see where we are on the installation. Hopefully, it will just show that it's done. So it was already done and already rebooted, it looks like. So I'm gonna just go log in as myself, and I just create a secure password. And I'm going to type the password. And there you go. So it comes up here. Now it says that connect your online account. So I'm going to skip that one at this time. The next one is enable Ubuntu Pro. So whether I want to enable it or not, skip for now. The professional edition or anything, I'm going to go with the default so you can do the same. Help improve Ubuntu. Yes, I want to help Ubuntu improve it. So I'm going to just leave that one to yes and click next. Welcome to Ubuntu is not responding. You may choose to this, whatever. So that option was already passed it, and it says the privacy, if you want to just do location services. If I want to just enable it, I will enable it and let them know that where I live. That's fine. And so this is okay for me, but you can just keep your privacy location was disabled. And then these are the software that, in addition to what's already installed with the Snap, a package manager, you can install code, you can install PyCharm, you can install Slack, Spotify, and then Zoom and everything else that are listed here. So there's a lot of options here. I'm gonna just say, okay, go ahead, done with this one. Now I have the interface here. And then on the interface here, if I want to get a full screen, I could do a full screen, but I want to just open a terminal here, and then here the terminal. So this screen, you can also resize it here, or just click on this one to get the full screen here. But this terminal that is open here, notice the icon, everything is not as readable. So you can do Shift plus, Control Shift plus, and then you can resize it. So as you can see here, it is resized already, and then I want to make it a little bit more bigger. So Control Shift plus one more, and then now it's big enough to see that one. And remember, I was showing you that username is Wahid at my host name. So if I just, my current directory is tilde home directory / desktop. So if I cd ... it's going to take me to my current directory of home, which is this tilde. Echo $, PWD is just showing that same home directory. And if I just say get end password Wahid, it is going to show that my home directory is home Wahid. And then when I did this, I could see this. If I want to see my shell, the default shell, there's an environment variable called shell, echo $ shell is pointing to Ben Bash. Or if I say which bash, I could also see user Ben Bash. So if I say file /ben /bash and user bin bash, those are all executable link format. You can see that this is the type of file. When you say file, it says executable link format 64-bit. So this is the two files that are there. In terms of clear screen, if you just, instead of file, if you just say ls, it will just list them. If you, this is ls, give me a listing. ls minus ld, it shows the name of the file, long listing, and if it's a D, it's a directory level also. So it will not just, if it's a directory, it will not list the detail of it. That's what LD is. So by default, if you don't do this one right now, since they are not directory, it will be the same as the above command. But if one of them was a directory, the ls minus l will display the entire content of that directory. I only wanted to see these two files. So that's why I put LD. Even if this was a directory, I will still get a listing of that name there. And so to just prove that one to you, is like, let's say ls minus l proc. If I just do this one, the proc file system, it has a lot of processes. You see that? And there's a lot of processes that are on the proc file system. When I did that one, I could have done more and see one screen at a time. But I didn't want to do that one. I could just do a simple LD here. And then now I get the name of the proc. It says it's a directory, but I get a long listing of that directory without the content displayed. That's why this LD is helpful there. Okay. So let's go back to the level of host name. So host name is MyWebUni. And if I say echo $PS1, prompt shell 1, prompt shell 1, this is prompt shell 1 is saying that by default, I'm using the /u. /u is this user ID name. So if I say ID dash lowercase, Unix is case sensitive, and Linux is also case sensitive. Unix, Mac, and Solaris or Unix, and they're case sensitive. Linux, Ubuntu, Linux, Red Hat, Linux, OpenSUSE, Caldera, CentOS, everything that we Rocky that are Linux based is also case sensitive. So if you type in ID in lowercase -n, it shows you the username and name. And then if you wanted group name, it will say also that's there. ID-A will give you all of it. So you can say the user ID is 1000 and the username is Wahid. Group ID is also 1000 and group name is also Wahid. So when I type in a name, -GN, it gives you the name. But if I say ID-U, it will say 1000. ID-G and group name is also 1000. If I type in groups, it is going to tell me the group names that I belong. I only have one group currently. But if later on I want to become developers, a network group, or some other groups that we are collaborating with other ones, I have to be added to that groups. Sometimes the files etc group and locally has all the groups that are there. And sometimes if you're using LDAP, it is the LDAP server that is maintaining all that information. And then let me just become root first to see if I can just, right now, if I say etc password, this file password is a file that is readable by all. So I can see it, but the shadow file, it may just say it's not readable because that file is not opened by other people other than root. etc shadow, sorry, shadow. So this is also saying that it is readable because the shadow permissions on the group is set. So that way allows other people to read this one. So if I say grep -I Wahid from etc password, I will see that entry as if I say get and password Wahid. And notice that here, if I just do this, or do that, or do this command, here I could also do backtick and say ID-UN, and then pass on the ID-UN output, which is Wahid in this case, to this get end password and do that one. I can also use the subshell. So I'm jumping from basics to intermediate to advanced sometimes. So you could learn all of it at the same time. And that's why I said if you watch the video entirely, you will learn a lot of stuff as you go. But it's all up to you that which part of the video that you want to skip, which part of you want the video you want to watch, because you know better yourself where you are. So at this time we covered a number of ID commands, and then I'm going to still cover chapter 2 on the web as well as here. And then just to cover more, let's do a few more steps here that we're going to do next. So first I want to see if I have root access, sudo access or not. So I'm going to do sudo su dash, and I'm going to type in the password for Wahid Lutfi, the account that I created. And unfortunately, it is not allowing me to log in with this. And so at some point when I did the installation, I did not choose the option, or it did not prompt me because I was training. So the password is not set for root. There's a file called etc sudoers. You have to add your name, user ID there, or on the you have to be part of the wheel group on the etc group file. So grep minus I Wahid from etc group, I'm not belonging to the group wheel. So if you look at the group wheel, and then that doesn't even exist here. Let's do this more etc group. Yeah, you can see it is not there. So the other option that we have is to bring the system down with the root level, and then and single user mode, and then modify the password for the root level. Let me just see if I can do this first to show you what is the option here that is available to you. So at this time, since we brought the system down, we cannot become root, but let me just do a su dash root to see if I can even, since we don't have a root password assigned, it actually took the root password already. So that is good. And so that means that whatever option at some point when I gave it, and the same password was assigned to root for the user, but it was not adding myself to the sudo files or to the become part of the wheel group. So I'm going to do vi sudo, and then I go back here. Notice the vi sudo is using the software that's called like really basic editorial that I never like it because it's very easy to use. Most people they develop on this one, they come in and they use it, and then at some point, if you just have to do this one, you can do that one Wahid, and then all. So you can see there is cut and paste, control U, and then copy and all those other options that are there. I could do that one, but let me just type it in for now. All I rather use VI or Emacs on this one usually, and then Nano is the name of the software, the VI editorial. I don't like it that much. It's so simple, but at the same time. So I'm kind of like using control characters as if you want to give a lot of options, so you can do a lot more there. Control X is there, and then to write out is Control O. So Control O and then Control X, and then so it says that you want to name it to this. I could just say, well, go ahead, exit Control X. I don't want to do that one. If I say grep minus I Wahid, if you see sudo words, and then it already took my information. So that a change that I did, Control O, Control X, and now actually I should speak of it a little bit better, but I don't like it honestly because of this. This is what I wanted to do. So, for example, if I want to say echo $editor, this is the environment variable. I'm going to set the, since I'm using PS bash, I'm going to say export editor is equal VI, and I say export visual is equal VI, and then I'm going to say now VI sudo. You see the visual VI sudo is supposed to open that etc sudoers and VI, but because my editorial was not set, it used nano as a default one. Now it is using the VI. So if I search, now I have option to search, and let's say I want to just make a copy of this line. I say YY and then P for paste, and then just change this one to Wahid, and then WQ, it's done. How simple was that one? Very fast and very easy. But again, if you're you know, a nano user, I welcome you to, I mean, I tell you that please go ahead, you're welcome to use that one. And then if you want to use Emac, please welcome to use Emac. If you want to use VI, the same thing. So all the editorial is your choice. I have preferred VI for a number of reasons as a developer, or Emacs for as a developer, so that's why what I use sometimes, or most of the time. So let's do this. Now we have this, and let's see if I exit out of this one. Can I do sudo again? Now I should be able to sudo. Without root, I can run the sudo. Sudo is a switch user do. It's not super user do. And some people that they are training even videos, I have heard them saying that sudo is stand for super user do. No, that's not correct. Switch user do, because I could do switch user do, and then instead of a su dash, I could put Wahid as a dash u, uppercase U or lowercase u and username, and then run it as myself. You could run it as yourself. That means switch user and do this command to that user. So it's not only for the super user. You can use switch sudo to run the super user. That's what the confusion comes with. So if I just type in the password here, now I have it, and now you can see ID-U is there, ID-UG is root, sorry, -UN is root, ID and -GN is also root. So you can see all of that information. And then since I'm using this one, notice that echo $PS1, and that, sorry, $PS1, $PS1 is pointing to /u, which means is the user, ID-UN. Actually host name is going to say MyWebUni, and that's /h, the host name. And this /w is the tilde, the home directory. Echo $PWD is this home directory. And if I just do PWD here, I'm pointing to root as well. So that's the default. If I want to go to another directory, obviously that changes. So this one /w will change to the current directory. Similarly, if I'm out of this one and I say ID-UN, it shows Wahid. And so when I say echo $PS1, PS1 is pointing to /u, which is ID dash UN, and then host name, which is MyWebUni, is the /h, and the /h is this part, and then the /w, which is right here, is that part of the home directory. Tell that. So if I just say cd to desktop, not this /w, and now start pointing to /desktop. If I go to user directory, now it's changing to user. If I go to var, and then it's going to go to var. So the tilde is not your default directory. Now, if I say cd to tilde, it's going to take me to my default home directory. If I go to desktop, and I just cd by itself, it just as if I do cd tilde. That also going to take me to $pwd, which is my default print working directory. So that is what is taking you. The directory, the cd to not pwd, echo $home. $home is where your home directory is. So whether I say cd, let's say on desktop here, whether I type in cd here, it's going to take me there, or if I go cd to $home, it's going to take me there, or I type in cd by itself. So all of those ones are going to take me to that same place. Let's go to the password. We already did that one information. So I'm gonna go to some of these other channels on the commands. So we want to show you the banner command here. So let's see, banner, cal, and cat command. So we did already the banner on the graphic and the cat. Let's do the cat command here. Cat command here on the MyWebUniversity.com. When you come in, you don't have to install Linux, Ubuntu. You don't have to do it. I'll just come on my website and start learning. That's how simple I made it. You have a what is section. It shows you what is a cat or concatenation for the command is. Cat is similar like type command on Windows. And it give you examples. I give you about 6 examples. Each one of them is going to concatenate the file. In this case, -n is just to give you line number. So if cat etc network file is 2 lines, it just shows you both lines and the contents is displayed. If you look at the ADC OS release, then you can see all of that information. And this is the information that is on MyWebUniversity.com. So it's dynamically running this command. If I just change this one and say, and instead of that command, run the date command, you can see Sunday, October, that. And if I change that one to calendar command, you can see the calendar command. So everything is dynamic. If I just run ls plus is just before the space, the query string has to be matching. Otherwise, you will get a syntax error. So you have to pass it, and my program knows these commands, and so it will give you the output here. If you just say, for example, let's say run this other command here, df command. Df command here, and you can see the output of df command. So every command that you type in on chapter 2, and you can also come in here and look at it. Here I'm concatenating 2 files, etc OS release and etc network. So here you can see up to certain number of lines as one file, and then the next files are the next lines and there for concatenating the files. And then OS release is this one without the line numbers. And then if you look at the manual pages for cat command, it will just be here. I produced it all with all the option -a, -e, and all those other options. It's there. So let's just give you a little bit more on the YouTube. I'm sorry, not YouTube, on the Ubuntu here. So if I say cat -n etc os-release, it just says that, okay, I just installed Ubuntu 22.04 long-term support, and it's Ubuntu, and it's 22.04. The name of the code is Jammy Jellyfish. Since it's long-term support, it is good until 2027, April 2017 of 2027. So if I clear here, say uname-a, and will also reveal similar information. Uname -s system name, uname let's say node name, which is MyWebUniversity, it will give you that. A lot of those details I'll go through the chapters when we get to there. But let's go to the calendar command here. Clear the screen. Calendar is not showing here. Clear the screen. So if I just say cal and it says not found, then it says, oh, you don't have it. Do you want to install it using app install ncal, new cal? And this new cal is going to just provide you the calendar command as well as a new cal. So if I say which ncal, it is not there, which cal is not there, that means I have to install it. And since I don't have to have the sudo, and I have the sudo, I could just say app install ncal, and it will just say, wait a minute, you're not root. Do you want to install it? I say, yeah, install it. Now, either you have to type in sudo in front of it to just do it, or you have to become root and then do it. Now it did install it, as you can see. So the command was apt install. I can say run this command with info. Since I'm not installing it, I don't need the sudo in front of it. Now it says that information about the ncal package or ncal repository for apt. So it will just show you all of the details here. So at this time, I'm going to say, okay, that which ncal is there, which cal is there. Awesome. Calendar, just give me calendar of this month. Calendar 2023, give me the entire year. Just a calendar 19070, and January 1st, January 9070, it is going to give you that. And it's a Thursday, the epoch calendar of Unix. So if I say ncal, the new calendar, notice that the format is a little bit different because it is highlighting the current date, but calendar is also giving you the date, yet it doesn't highlight today's date. You can run the date command to get the output of that information. And then remember that other command that I was telling you, man calendar, this, it will give you a lot of different format for calendar. So some of the things that I may have shown on my website, calendar -j in Julian format. Or on Ubuntu, you can also say calendar -b3, show me 3 months before current month. The current month is October, so it gives you September and August. So if I just say clear screen and I want to see only 2 months before, that is there. And then the screen is a little bit too small, so I'm going to resize it. And if I just do this one, clear the screen, I can just open another terminal here by opening this one, and notice this one screen is not as small. So I'm going to make it a little bit bigger up to that port, and then this one is there. Rather than this screen, I could use this screen, and this screen is the font is more readable, so I can say calendar -b and then 3. Now I see 3 months before that one. If I want to see 2 of them, I can do 2 of them. And if I want to say calendar minus after, 2 months after, so October, November, and December, I can see it. And if I want to get next year also, January 1st, then it will be showing 3 months after October. So there's a lot of different formats you can do this one. And you can also do calendar after 3 in this way, or maybe make it a 2, and then at the same time make it a -J for Julian format, and then you will get the Julian format also. So there's a lot of details there as well. But remember, I said banner. Normally, if you don't have the banner, it just says go ahead and install system 5 banner. So I'm going to do another sudo app install sys v banner. And then this one, I'm going to have to provide my password. Clear the screen, which banner. Remember that file user bin banner will tell you that it's executable link format. And now if I say ls-ld user bin banner, you can see the actual executable there. So I say banner, automatically will run it. And now if I say piece, and then it will just write piece. And then I'm going to write piece for all. And that's what we need for everybody. We have to live in peace and then support humanity around the globe in order to for all of us. Peace is mutual. It has to be given by all of us. It's not taken. It has to be mutual. It's like both parties or all the parties have to agree with peace, and then peace is the greatest things. War is never the answer to any thing. So ceasefire right now the problem, and then that is happening in any country and everywhere that is happening. I think it is good to have peace, and that's the best thing. We should all support peace at all time, not just now or later or in the past. Every time humanity is at risk when we are all not just supporting humanity and peaceful thinking. So let's go back to banner. Say love and peace for all. You can see that whenever you write it within this spaces, it takes this as argv1, this argv2, and this prompt shell. This is $0, this is $1, this is $2, and shell. This is $3, and so on. And the entire thing is $@ argv1 when you're learning shell scripting. And C and C++ and Python, argv and sys modules, you could see that one with details. I have some videos already online. So let's go to we did the banner, we did the calendar. Let's do the cat command, cat etc os-release. So this is giving you that information, but now I'm going to type in -e and then also enter it. Notice that this $, then new line character for each one of these files are shown up here because of this -e for everything. And you can also do a, and that will also give you like if that's tab or any other invisible character, it will show that one. But this file does not have any tab or anything, so it will do this one. You can also cat is similar to octal dump. If I say octal dump -c in character, it will show the file in character, but not this new line characters instead of $, or showing this. And if there's tab/t would be there, but actual text is there. And then this is the address where the information is there. You can do an octal dump with -x for hexadecimal format, but that doesn't make sense for us. So -c is much better to read it, and then you can interpret it differently if depending on if you're a developer or a regular user or a coder or something. So let's go to clear the screen here. We covered cat command also. And then the next command that I want to show on the website, we can cover the manual pages also. Date and echo and head. Clear screen, we have been doing it. Clear screen, basically, you can do clear or tput clear. So if you're on the web server, I'm not showing any commands because that doesn't make sense that I'm going to clear the screen here. There's no such thing. So I'm just showing you the command that this is the example. If you type in clear or tput clear, you will be able to do it. And I give you the manual pages here that you can read it with all the arguments and options there that you're welcome to and do that one. So if you're back here on the terminal and say pwd ls-l, and then now if I want to say clear, it is just clear the screen. ls-l and then tput clear, that will also do the same thing. And then ls-l and then control L also does a clear. That's a shortcut there. And if I just create an alias called C as they call, and then assign that to clear, now if I say ls-l alias C, notice that I say that whenever I type in C, run the command clear for it. So if I do C and enter, it will just clear my screen. If I just say alias, it shows all the aliases, and then one of the command is clear. So if I just want to say alias for C, I can get it. And if I say an alias C, now C is not there. So if I just do the same command, it doesn't show C is defined. So if I just do C, it's not going to do it. I have to type in clear to clear the screen, or just create a shortcut, or do Control L or tput clear, depending on your choice. So the clear command is covered. Let's go to the next command. Date and echo. I'm going to cover two of them at least at one shot. Date and echo. So date, when you click on it, you will get all the information about date. Normally, you run the date command to run and change the date, or get the system date, or get it on a certain format. So if you click on this date, it just says today is date is October 29th. I told you that it's dynamic. Since it's Eastern Daytime, it's accurate 2041, and it's 5:41 of Pacific Standard Time. And then here, if you want it in this format, you just have to do it. But notice I'm not allowing it with this syntax because I don't want anybody to do some kind of details of passing these one cross-site scripting or something. I could just make this one available if I want to, but I just wanted to show you that certain things I'm not allowing at this time. If I want to give the detail, that's why I explained all of these commands here to do that one. Because if you open one command to just do it, and that requires to break your system, you're making your system vulnerable. So you have to be very careful on that one. And the date command, again, here, when you're learning it, just click on man date, and then you will get the date command here, and then you just go through them, read the entire thing with all those arguments, and everything is there. Let's go to the next page, which command is echo. Some of them I'm not going to show it on the virtual box, that the one we are installing it, because all online available for you. You're welcome to practice it online and learn it on the cloud of MyWebUniversity. Everything is there available for you. So echo hello world, if you click on it, it just says hello world. And whatever you put within the string or without the string, it will echo that one, hello world, and that's what it's doing. Echo peace to all, like banner. This one is just showing you the string that you're passing it. But banner was making it bigger. Echo peace, and then it will just say peace. So echo is the command. If you put /n, new line character, And then if you do tab, it's going to tab delimiter. Here's some example. If you just want to see example, let me just go here and show this. So if I say echo welcome to MyWebUniversity.com and MyWebUniversity YouTube channel. So let's say I type in this one, and then I just write that one, the whole thing is echoed the way I did it. But if I want to between them, like a new line character, now I break it into two line. Notice that there was not a space here, so I did not do that one, and that's why the /n they did not interpret it, because I did not give the right flag to echo. So if you do this one, let me just make this one, it will not work. New line is not understood, but if you do -e for expression, then it will just do it. And then if I want to do a tab here, somewhere here, /tab here, and then at the end make sure that after it prompted, then say /n, and then have two new line characters, and I say just put two lines, two empty lines. And then here I'm going to say one new line character, and then you can see here. So this is one new line here and one here. This one was one new line here, and that's it. So you can see that /t gave a tab here. If I just do more tab here, it will just do more tab. So let's just do the tab up to here and just make it smaller. Now you can see that it's happening there. And if you want it like a new line character, 2 of them or 3 of them, you can see that there's more new line characters. So that's echo command. Man echo will just give you all these options, and we use the enable interpreter / escape sequence. And that's the option that we had to use. So let's go to the date command we just used. NTPD name protocol for time for network time protocol daemon, NTPD. So if I just say man NTPD, man NTP. So NTPD is not installed, and the man page is not there. I have to install it if I want to use it. By default, that should have been there. If it's not there, cronny D is also there. So if I say apt search NTPD, NTP, it will search for NTP, and then it will just tell you what is the network time protocol, snap client. So that is SNTPD. NTP is right here. It says network time protocol. So I could say, for example, clear screen, man NTP, remember, was not there. Info NTP is not going to show. So what I say, what is NTP is not going to show, nothing appropriate, because I have not installed it. So I'm going to say sudo apt install NTP. And that is going to just install the network time protocol daemon. Then I have to configure the ntp.conf file and then add the server and everything, and then my time will be in sync there. But data itself is already okay, so you can see that one. But on Linux, also on Red Hat, cronny D replaced NTPD. So if I say which NTP, now say man NTP, since I install it, NTP what happened with the install sudo ntp 0 is already installed. So when you do a search for it, it will show that one. Let's try which ntpd. Yeah, so ntpd is the daemon for it. In order to do that one, you have to enable it, and then just after that one, you can set up the time. Man ntpd, you can see it's network time protocol daemon is there. The software, when I say systemctl status ntpd, it's gonna say is not could not be found. But let's see, yeah, ntpd and ntp is up and running already. You can see it's running here, so that is available already. And then we did the system, and then date is there, ntpq is there, here's, and you can see that the time is all in syncing, and there quite out of this one, there's in ntp minus p, ntpq minus p, and you could see that it is the output is showing there. So the date command, we did it, and then the next command I'm going to cover is we did echo date and then head. Head command that you can see here is that whatever is the content of the file, like etc host file, you can just c minus l minus 1 means give me the first line number only, whatever is the content of it. And if you want to see 2-line numbers, and it's there. Head is going to just read the first 2. If you just don't give it, by default, it reads the 10 files, 10 lines. If it is shorter than 10 lines, it reads the entire file. So that's what head does. And the man head is going to give you that information. So if I just go on the, let me just go to the next command, hostname. Hostname is just giving you the hostname of the operating machine, and then here is the command example, and man hostname is also giving you the details here. So let's go back to head and hostname. I'll show you both of them here. Head etc os dash release. You can see that one. If I just want to see only the first line or the first 2 line, it will do that one. If I want to see only 1 line, it is there. The opposite of head is tail. So if I say tail minus 1, it's going to just show from the bottom, the last line. And then if I want to see that from the bottom, the last 2 line, tail minus 2, it will just do that. But if I want to see everything, the last 10 lines, and the file is that long, it's going to just read everything from there up to the 10 lines that there. So cat minus n etc os dash release was 12 lines. So if I say head of that one, now I did the line number head minus 1. Notice it only shows the first line. If I change that one to piping, this symbol is called piping or filtering. So back in 1969, when Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson was developing the AT&T version of Unix, they were having a small memory, about 64K or some small size, that was not even like reading a few pages of information at a time. So in order to do that one, they just had to do filtration. Could you hold on 1 second, please? Okay, so I was explaining about the head and Dennis Ritchie, Ken Thompson. They had to write a small kind of like codes in order to filter out what the information was coming as input. They had to do piping, and piping is introduced as a result. to take the output of one command to the next command, and the next command could pass on the argument to the next command, and so on. So for example, like head command here, I could do the head, and then I say just show me line number 2 tail -1 will just give me the 2. And if I want to say get ahead of -1 of that one, it will go that one, but that would be useless because I could just do it with one command. I don't want to do that 2 commands. Sometimes people, they do a cat pipe more or something. You could do or more and then pipe cat and then grep or something. You just have to see what is best option for you to shorten the command that way. So we covered the head and tail, and I'm going to see what is the next command. Hostname. Hostname we already did earlier with the node name. I'm going to just repeat that one. And then on this one, if you see that the option I did not provide here, but you can just see on the screen, usually on the virtual box right here. If I just say host name, it will just say MyWebUniversity. And if I want to change the host name, I could say host name Wahid, and then I have to be root here. So sudo and then host name now is Wahid. But that is temporary because the etc host file has the information there, this information, and also the etc sysconfig, and then the IP and network and all those information and the configuration based on what Linux or Solaris or Unix machine or Linux Ubuntu or Linux Red Hat you're using. Different configuration file that is there is having that details on it. So at this time, I'm going to just say host name, and then I'm going to just change the host name back to MyWebUniversity, so I could get that one. And then again, it requires a sudo. And now I say host name, it's going to show that and say uname-n also show the node name correctly. When you change the host name to Wahid, let's say for this one to Wahid, and then say uname-n, the node name also is going to be there. But when you change it back to this one, MyWebUniversity, and then now you say ID-un is showing this one, and then host name is going to show that, and then also uname-n is going to show correctly. So we did that information. And there's another command, host name CTL, which is later on coming on chapter 3 or maybe 4, whatever it is. This is similar command, but it gives you a little bit more information. In addition, what is important is this one. It says this is a computer and that is running a virtual machine. You can also run the DMI, decode, and other information to get those details, but when it comes to those chapters, I will explain the details on there. So hostname CTL we covered as well. I may sometimes just show you a little bit more, and then what is on chapter 2, because we're gonna hit those other ones as well. And then here's my beloved brother, Dr. Haman Lutfi. God bless him. He gave me the master degree award that I got from Cal State Fullerton. I came in home, and because he contributed to my life so much, everything, he wanted to congratulate me at home. And so this is a picture was taken by family members at the time, and I adore him basically for all my life. Everything is a big inspiration for my life. God bless him, and rest in peace, brother. So my beloved brother. And then here there are these videos that I made on chapter 2. All these videos or these commands that I'm covering here, that's already available for you. You can do it, but I did it maybe a year ago with some Windows 10 kind of interface connecting to a VirtualBox. The machine was a little bit slower, so maybe this video might serve you better. So the next command we are doing is host. Host command also tell you that you can run it against a DNS name like MyWebUniversity, and it will give you an IP address of the machine and whether the machine is up and running and so on. All the detail of it is there, like host www.google.com revealed all this information. So if I just go on my terminal here again and just say host name, actually host, and then you see all the syntax. Host www.google.com will just give you that. Host www.mywebuniversity.com will do that, and then it gives you the IP address similar to like an NSLookup. NSLookup a little bit more information, and that is coming later on in chapter 3. I'll cover that one when it's time for it. So let's go to the next command. Hostname ID. ID we already covered it. And then I'm gonna do ID-G, which we didn't cover for the groups. So when you type in ID-G, it also show you the group, but ID-G in uppercase is showing you all groups. So you can see here, this is give you group and then -G for all groups. So that's the difference. So if you belong to more than one group, ID-G will show all of it. Since I only belong to one group, even if I am logged on here, even if I'm logged on here and say on the command prompt, you see this one is just showing one icon. I can click on it and then get it. So if I say ID-G, it shows me my group ID and numbers. ID-group name is going to show ID uppercase G is also going to show one group name, and then the same thing with one. But if I belong to group net developers and sudoers, and I mean wheels and other ones, then it will this one will show all of the groups name. Okay, so man-ID, it will show this one. You can see here, and then that man-G print all groups. I just show you on the web page. It does that. So when you do the command, I wrote this program to parse the argument that you pass on. If you just say, give me the groups command here, ID is equal groups, it will just give you the manual pages of this. If you say, give me the command on, give me the command on uname, and it will just give you the uname. So these programs are all dynamic. I wrote it for one purpose. Now the entire things, the entire Linux is available for you. So in terms of going from intermediate to advanced to Linux, that's what I'm talking about. So you can make your system available in a way. I rewrote the entire Linux Ubuntu on the web, and everything is now available on the web for you, so you can just practice it there. With knowing this command is one thing, practicing it at a company, installing it is another thing, but writing a script is another one, and writing Python or C and automating them is another thing. Then teaching it to other senior level, then you become expert or subject matter expert, or you bring it up like an interface from the web. That a lot of the companies, if you try to Google, say how many companies have written this, that you will not find that many information on the web as of today, and that this is all the thing that I did here. So it is very unique, and it's very unique way to teach you, and teach you online for free and make it available. Excuse me, make it available, and then get it all available for you on a web interface. That all you need is a browser and internet. The rest is all happening by my program and my cloud. You don't need Docker, you don't need virtualization, you don't need Amazon Web Services. Just visit this website and start learning, have the desire to learn at your own pace. So info printf command, it will just give you the printf command. Info on any command on info itself, you will give you info information there. Any command info top, you will get the information on top command. And then also manual pages for it. You can see here the manual pages with all the arguments, everything is explained here. Okay, and there's also on the see also section page for this. If a command has a see also section, it will just go give you related information. So let's say, for example, you're searching for head, and then we just looked at head command. You say, I'm sorry, I just click on the wrong button, empty. You have to have some argument here, head, and then so head, it will just give you head, and then if you go on the see also section of it, you can see it also has the tail section related. And if you come in here, say tail command, then it will give you the tail command here. And then if you go to the bottom of it for the see also section of it, you can see the head section is there. So this is not just for one. Like for example, if I just say scanf. Scanf is a function that is actually you can use to do C programming with the standard IO header files. Scanf, fscanf, all those functions to read input from the user. And so you're reading all these functions and there. And then when you come in on this one, you can see on this section where the see also get C printf set a location, a string to D, and then a string to this, and the string out. All of them are there. Thousands of other functions and commands are there. Okay, so let's go back to the next command here. We did the info, and the next command is paste. Paste is a command that like you cut and paste the content of one file, but in order to do it from command line, you use the paste command to read the contents of two files and then paste it next to each other. So you see, for example, here I'm saying the content of file 1. I create this file with this greater sign, then I put it in this. Now create the content of file 2, and I just concatenate the two files together. Now I'm displaying file 1 and displaying file 2. Now I do paste file 1 and file 2, and this contents of file 1 is showing, and then contents of file 2 is showing. And then the same thing with other ones, and here more examples. So practice those ones. Let me just show you on the web, on the command line here. So I'm going to screen kicked in. I'm going to do this. Login. I must have typed it wrong. Okay, so quick clear screen here. Echo, let's say Wahid into W, and then echo Lutfi into a file called L for this. Now I'm going to say cat W and cat L. Notice the two contents are there, but if I say paste W and L together and create the file WL. Now I say cat WL, it is just paste it together. That's what paste does. It reads this file, which is Wahid, and the next file is there. So if I just change Wahid to say echo Wahid along, and then say greater sign to W. Now, since the content of Wahid changed, the other file WL still has Wahid because I did not rewrite it. If I just use this command again, say paste W and L, it reads the W now, and W has Wahid log. So then it's gonna recreate this file by doing this greater sign. And now say cat WL, it's going to say Wahidul Lutfi. If I just do this one more time, it's going to override it. Every time I do that greater sign, it's going to override it. But let's say I just did that one and WL is overridden. But now I'm going to just say, this time I'm going to change W to something else. Let's say I'm going to also let's just do one more thing. Let's say echo a third file. I'm gonna say echo welcome to my web university. That's it. I'm gonna send this one to a file called F, or just that's F1 for file 1. So now F1 has this content. If I say paste F1 and then W and L into the file name called all3. Just now cat all3 has that information. Welcome to my university, Wahidul Lutfi. If I just change the name, the order of that file, say this one at the end F1, this time it says Wahidul Lutfi, welcome to MyWebUniversity. You can see that. And if I just want to do this one with double greater sign, this time it's going to append to the end of the file. Now I have 2 entry of the same file. See that? If I do it the third time here, now I have 3 entry here. So depending on how many times you did it. So if I just say clear the screen here, now let's do a all3 file. I'm going to say rm all3, and now this time I'm going to say for I in range, not range actually, I'm going to say and sequence of 3, and then say do, and then I'm going to do that command where I did all 3 of them like that. So up to that one now, let's see, all 3, we did it programmatically from 1 to 3. If I want to do it 10 times, all I have to do is just change this 3 to 10. And then now it is just appending, in addition to these 2 lines, it appended more lines here. So sorry, I need to just do the sequence correctly. Sequence of I could say for I in sequence of 1 dot. Actually, not sequence. I'm gonna say for I in 1 dot 10, and then do this one and greater sign. Oh, sorry. This is a parenthesis, not parentheses, not bracket. So now if I do a cap command, you can see it is done that many times. Sequence of 10 will just generate 10 numbers. And then when you do it within that number, if you just do like right here, you can also do a backtick here and say sequence of 20 backtick, and then sequence of 20, and then this, and then do this. But notice if I just do this 1 greater sign, even though it is down there, it only overwrites it every time. So it only have 1 line. In order for me to have all the entries, then I need to append it. So now do a word count minus L, all 3, it has 21 lines, because 1 line previously I had it, and then now I appended 20 times there. So cat minus N is going to show that. And if I just change this one for this sequence here, and then use this one to do this, and let's say I do the double greater sign, since the file is there one time already, I want to do it 5 times, so 4 plus 1 would be 5 times. Now if I just do cut minus n, it will show 5 lines, because the first one, the greater sign, created once, and then I did 4 more times and appended 4 more times. So depending on how you want to do the coding, there's always option for you. And you're jumping from a novice to intermediate, intermediate to advanced level as we go, and then we're helping you as much as possible as we go through the progress of these videos. Because there's no interactivity that I don't know who is at what level. So at this time, I'm going to show you the PS command. PS command is process information. Like here, PS minus U root, it shows you the root processes that are running up and running on the system currently. So if I'm logged on that system and running it, this process minus P means show me the process ID 1, process ID 2, and process ID 3. So that is all system D related processes, the root and level processes. Any processes that are here with system D is there. This one, I'm going to run the PS minus EFA, showing all the processes and grep Apache HTTPD processes. And currently you can see that HTTPD processes, and there's grep itself, because this grep is command is there, and the only process that is HTTPD is that. And then if I want to look at the Apache, that's more processes running as Apache web server. That is my Linux web server that is listening to Apache port 80 and 443. This is the log is 443, so it is showing you the process on that. And then man PS is also your friend to see all the arguments here. Okay, and then the next command I'm going to cover is pwd. We already did this one. So when you run pwd, current working directory, as you can see here, it shows the current directory of this CGI bin is on the directory user left CGI bin, and that's what that is revealing. Uname, we already covered a lot of them. Uname dash Linux, and here I'm running the command, so I don't need to just show you on the VirtualBox. You can see all of the options one by one. Node name dash R for revision, dash M machine type, platform, dash interface name, the x86, SR, the combination of system name and revision name. So system name is Linux, and then revision name is 5.4. So this is revision name 5.4, and then R system dash S is system name Linux. And you can see also the man uname dash dash kernel name is also giving you that option. So if you're on the virtual box here, and then you just say the detail uname dash A for all, uname dash dash help will give you all the help, and you can see all the options are here, and that I showed you on the website. Uname dash dash kernel name is the same name as uname dash S, and you can do a lot of these things on the fly, and so that's why I have it here for you available, and you can practice. The next command is less, and then ls. Ls is like a short form to read the content of a file and at the same time search for it. Less, like more, is going to give you less information. More is going to give you one page at a time, and less is just reading it, but it give you options to just search for something at the same time while you're doing it. More is similar. More is just going to give you one page at a time, but it doesn't allow you to search for information. So here, if I say less etc os-release, you can see that it is waiting for one page at a time. I can search for Ubuntu, Ubuntu 22, and it's gonna highlight the thing, and then it says, yeah, you found that one. I can search for 22. It's gonna search for all of that one. I can click next, and then when it reaches to the end, I can do uppercase N to go backward, and all those question mark is similar to the VI search. So you can type in Q for quit, and it's going to do that. If you do more on this one on 83 OS release, it will just do one page at a time. If it's only one page, it already exits out of it. But if it's more than one page, then it's going to and just one screen at a time. So if I just create this file and say greater sign T, and then I'm gonna just say greater sign T, greater sign T. So now word count minus LT is more than 30 lines to 36 lines, right? Because I created the same file, word count minus L, if we see OS dash release, that was 12 lines. I did it 3 times. So now the other file is, and the T is 3 times as bigger, right? So now if I say more on T, it stops at 46% and it's gonna give me one screen. Then I use the space bar to go to the next. If the file is small, let's say cat T and to greater sign F, and then cat T double greater sign F. Now this time if I just say more on F, this file is 72, 36 times 2 is going to be 72 lines. So it's gonna just give me more page at a time, and then it finished. Now if say word count minus L, T and F, T is 36 and F is 72, and that's what the total of them is 108. But well, cat minus N and F is 72 lines. So and those commands are very useful to do it. Now I'm gonna do RM, T and F, and F1. I just don't need those files. And I created the W and WL. Those files, RM is going to remove them. What is on the file L is just Lutfi, RML. Now my system is back to what it was earlier. So you could just create the file and on the fly and do RM on it, remove it. So like right now I'm on this directory, I could say ls minus L greater sign ls dash L dot text. Now, instead of sending the output like this ls minus L, I send it to this file. So you can do standard input to the standard output. Instead of the display is going to be the prompt is normally your terminal or display or this, you can send it to a file when you do this greater sign. Now I have a file called ls minus L dot text. If I cap the content of that one, it is the above information displayed here. But notice this one versus ls minus L. This one, the information is in color coded. The other one is ls minus L dot text is not color coded. But if I do a grep on certain things, so for example, document, that information is going to be in red because there's an alias for grep command that says use the color grep. Similarly for the ls, alias ls, it's using the color auto. So that's why when you're doing the file with ls, it's there. But alias cat, it is not having that option here. So if I just say, let's say cat dash color is equal auto, and then say ls minus L dot text, it just does not understand this dash color option because that is not a provided option for it. So you cannot do that one. Man, cat, you have to say if dash color option is there or not. And since that is not there, it's not gonna allow you to do such things. So the aliases, the one that is allowed, it is option is there. F grep, E grep, grep, and this and so on. Okay. And let's go back to the next one, which is We already showed you man, we already showed you make dir and more. So more we already covered also. I'm going to do make dir and okay, so let's do ls here on the system. Ls give you a long listing of the file, short listing. If you do -l, give you a long listing, and then uppercase -l is going to show you the symbolic link if there's any. It will show those ones as well. And then -cf is for the directories to show a slash in front of them when they are there. And then here there's HTML, do the awk. Since I'm not allowing it, it's not allowing those options. So here, if I just say, for example, let's say what I mean by not allowing certain things and why I'm doing that one. So if you do ls, it's gonna show the commands that you're doing here is just not allowed for certain things. So some commands, like if I just do this, notice I'm not allowing it on this chapter. I want to only run the chapter 2 command. But if I change this one to my other script, say Linux CMDs, I believe it's Linux CMDs. I could be wrong on the name, but I will just check. And then PWD, Linux CMD, maybe LenCMD. Yeah, LenCMD.cgi. So now my command is there. If I just say ls plus -l, it gave me that command. But notice that if I just want to do say, go ahead, while I see all these files .old, I want to just rm all the .file or .old, rm plus -rf, and then plus star.old. Let's say if I want to do that one, I'm gonna detect that you're trying to delete something. I'm not gonna allow it. Or you could say, okay, let's create a file here. So then later on, I edit the file and then I updated the file. So I say ls and then, or say echo rm -rf, and then star, and then send it to /temp/ my script or whatever script1.shell. If you try to do that one, I already detect that one. It says this was your command. I'm not going to allow that. So it is very safe and secure to just do these things. I give it to a lot of people, including my coworkers and developers and everyone, to see if they can hack it. They couldn't hack it. So I'm not bragging about it, but I'm saying that it is good to just not, hack sites that are educational as well as helping others. It is better to just waste your time on something else, or it's a waste of time and energy when people are trying to help and then somebody say, oh, I'm a hacker, I gotta hack this site or something. Although this site has not been tempered, I don't think that it's gonna, I don't have to worry about that one for now. I have backups, and it is my job is to help people. And then at this time, it is safe. I have been running it for a while, a number of years, 20 years, and then it's not been hacked, so I'm assuming that it's safe. Let's do the next command. Unless we did the man. The man basically show you the man pages. Like here, we show you the example, and here you can do man systemctl to get the systemctl command, and then go through them and read them, and then you can do man Ubuntu firewall D and all of that commands that are listed here. I'm not gonna go through each one of them, but I assume that you're gonna practice them and learn it and read it. And then the next directory is make directory. So here I'm giving an example of make directory new, and then make a directory -p means that if the parent directory and the subdirectory doesn't exist, create them all. That's what -p does. So make dir is creating the directory. I'm going to jump more. We already did that one. More of the ATCOs release and other ones. So you can look at the man page also. And here's the etc host file. So if you just go to the next command, pg, if page is not available, normally page is similar to more. So here it's available. I'm reading the contents of the etc OS release, and then here's the host file, similar to more. Page is pg. If it is not a binary, you can create the alias pg to point to more. That's might have been something that I have done. Ping minus C4, and this one is just pinging the MyWebUniversity.com 4 times, and then count of 4. That C means count of 4, and this is count of 5. So you can do the ping a number of times, and you could just see it. You are getting connected 64 bytes from that one, and no packets is dropped. That's good news. That is means everything's successful. Ping is here is man pages for it. If you just have to click on it, you will read the ping man page here. As dig command is also a DNS lookup utility that is going to give you the IP address, host name, a record, information, and then the IP address of the site, the host, and that you're doing a DNS lookup on it. And dig minus h will give you help on it, on all of them. And this was a previous Unix server that I was running, Solaris operating system, our Unix.com. It is no longer running because I'm doing everything on Linux. And unfortunately, Solaris, even though it's a great operating system, Oracle dropped the support when was Solaris 10 and to 11. And as a result, everybody migrated to Linux, and there's not that many web hosting companies that will run Solaris operating system. So that's why I was running it on my home, and I was configuring everything from home to do the IP, dynamic IP. But sometimes those ones from time to time, it's really hard to just keep maintaining it when your DNS name, IP address is not static, it is constantly changing. So the next command is NSLOOKUP. NSLOOKUP, you have option of minus query is equal MX record to show the MX record of the mail exchanger record here, and then minus query A for A record, and that's the IP address. And then if you want to say, for example, NSLOOKUP on this one, it will just give you the DNS IP address. I'm going to show you a couple of things with A record versus MX record and all that thing on the Linux server. So here in this lookup, minus Q is equal MX. Would say google.com. It will show the Google mail exchanger, and then this 10 is saying that smtp.google.com is the round robin to that one. And there, if you have more than to have that one, for example, let's say where I work, Jet Proportional Laboratory, jpl.nasa.gov, and you can see there's more than one mail exchanger record here. If you want to do or let's say www.mywebuniversity.com, you could see that it is giving you the details here. At the same time, if you do for Google, like for example, if you say show me the A record, you can get the A record here. If you didn't give any record by query and there by default it's giving you this. If you do NSLOOKUP and don't give any DNS name, it's going to give you the prompt. Now you can type in google.com, amazon.com, oracle.com, any company, IBM.com. So you can get all of those one details in one shot. And when you're done, you exit out and clear the screen, and it's done. So sometimes you can automate and check for a host to make sure that it is up and running or not. @rm is running the add command, add in cron jobs or for automation. You can run a command at a specific time, add a batch and add queue and add RM or commands that are related. Here I just did add now plus 1 minute, and then this end of file is the doc string. Whatever you started this string, you have to end it or Control D, and then it will run your command. And now the command is on the queue. As you can see, the command was added on the queue. When you do add queue, you will see the command is there. And if you run and give the add RM remove the ID, it will remove it. And add queue, and now queue is empty. And then add RM here is giving you the manual pages. Okay. And then the next command is sort. Sort is a very useful command. Sometimes you read the content of a file and you want to sort the content of it by this. So sort -r and reverse and name and number. So now, and the numbers are shown here. As you can see, it is in reverse order. The biggest number is first. 2011 is bigger than 2010 and bigger than all the numbers below that one, and 5 is the lowest. So since I did -r and number, it is sorted in that order. Similarly, if you do ls-l star and .html sorted by itself, it will sort it there. And now this is an ascending order rather than descending order. You see the numbers, 318 is before the bigger numbers there around it. But if you want to do the same thing with sort -rn and routing, the bigger numbers showing at the top, because that's what you meant by sorting them in numbers. And then if you don't give any argument, by default, it is an ascending order. Mansort give you all the options that are there. You're welcome to read them and practice them on your site. That's when you move out from basic to advanced and to intermediate and intermediate to advanced. So the next command is touch. Touch is to create a file. And normally when you build some sources and then every file you modify, the file timestamp gets changed and then the file gets modified. So touch is, if you just give touch by a file name, it will create a file name, and then the owner and then the group name is whoever create the file is owner and group permission for it. And then if you're root, obviously you have higher privilege. And then by running these commands, I'm showing you who am I, who, and other commands, as well as touch commands, as well as date and timestamp. And if I go here on the command line and just show you the touch command, say touch this. Now I just create the file this. Since ID-UN is Wahid and ID-group name is also Wahid, the file has the ownership of Wahid and Wahid as the owner and group. And then if I say start on this, the file, it shows that this is a file and it's a regular file. As you can see, empty, because this dash means a regular file. And it's a read write as owner, read write as group, and read dash dash as this. When it comes to change mode and start another one, so I'll explain this one. So for now, I'm going to show you that this file was attached with that timestamp. If I just do a date here, and then as the time changes on it, it was 1838. So now if I say touch this again, now if I just say this, now see that it changed again. So if I say start this, and then you can see the change modification time, it shows the new time stamp that was modified. The birth is there, the modified time is right here, 39. And that's why, and that ls-l shows that time 39 here. And similarly, right on the modification that. So touch was there, and then the next command we want to cover is W and who. W and who are related commands. So W is going to give you who's logged on the system and what they do. etc who do also does that one. W that gives you the host information. W -s and silent mode. and W-I is give you the idle on the processors and the processor information. So if I just come back here and say, okay, what does -I do? I can go on manual pages and right here, -I, I have to look at the option to see if that one was the idle or anything here. -I, right here. IP address, display IP address instead of hostname or hostname field. So that is yeah, so somewhere the IP address. Let me just do this one on the option here. What was it? W-I. Yeah, W-I and then man W. You can see the /-I. If I search for that one, it says IP-address, display IP address instead of hostname from the field. So since the hostname is not in, here in the list, it will just not show the that -H. It gives you this. So man W/H is going to give you no header. If you don't want to get header, that's not host. It's no header. Sorry about that. Okay, so no header, and that's why in the load average and all that information was not shown when we did the -H. Don't give me the header file. And then W was there, and then give you everything. And then W who is the command that is going to show who's logged on in the system. If I'm logged on more than once, it will show that one and what terminals I am. Who am I? It shows you who I am. If I'm coming from a remote machine, you can do who space M space I, and that will give you the IP address of the remote machine that you're coming from. But at this time, I have not a SSH, and that is for later on chapters. And so etc who do sometimes on the Linux server is also provided similar to W. Who -R run level is showing, and this one is run level 5, which is a graphical user interface. You can also do run level, and that also give you the run level 5 there. So that is I think everything we could cover on chapter 5, and then please watch these videos for chapter 2 for all of them, and we're gonna move on to intermediate level, chapter 3. Chapter 3 also has this one is section, and we already covered the alias here. You can see that it is available for you, that all the aliases, you can set up aliases and do that one. I'm going to just create one more alias for you to see if Python is installed, and then we can just create an alias and then practice on that one. So if I just come by default, I just say clear screen. Sorry about that. Clear screen and say clear and say alias, and it's all these aliases. So now I don't have an alias, but let's see Python 3 version if it is installed. Yeah, it is already installed 3.10. So I can say Python 3 uppercase V, it will reveal the same thing. But if I say alias Py, that is not defined. So I'm going to say alias Py is equal Python and Python 3. So now every time I refer to Py, it's going to run the Python 3. If you say -- version, and there, if I just run Py, it's going to just take me to Python. Then I run Python commands, it's going to run that. So quit out of this one at this time. I'm going to show you more of Linux Ubuntu stuff. So we did the alias, and then Please just use these ones, go through these examples. As you can see, I have given enough examples, and then also if there's no man pages here for Ilyas, you can see that there's no appropriate command. If I just come back on the Linux Ubuntu for Ilyas and say man Ilyas, it's not going to show, and for Ilyas it's not going to show. So that is why there's nothing on my website for please click here to see the manual pages. If you didn't see that one, most likely it is not provided, because on the Linux, when I wrote the program to get this number of thousands of files, I'm going to show you quickly how I thought about it. So there's something called user share man. This is all the manual pages on this directory. So if you say star and then word count minus L, that is 5,776 files. But if you say, for example, show me only for man 1 section, then everything is there. On the, let's say section 9 might be small, so say man 9. In addition to all of this one, so if I say, give me a listing of those two files, notice that every man pages is this name and then the section name, gunzip file. So I had to read all of these ones, generate this information from this, and then write a Python program to parse these names based on that one, then convert it to PDF format. So there was a lot of non-visible characters and ASCII code that I had to convert, and then at the same time I had to put it in PDF format, and it is done. It's available for you. Please enjoy it and use it. So right here, if I say man minus S 9 VMX net, it will show me that is a section 9. But notice I gave the section 9. I tried to use the man page to help it out, but because they formatted this way, you don't have to know the section name for every command. You could just say man, the command name, and then automatically when it reads the user share man 9, it will know that this is coming from section 9, guns the file there, and then use trl and then strl and other commands to just parse it for you to do it in this way. So you get the entire man page, okay? So that is for that. Let's go back here. What is the next command? Basic calculator. Basic calculator is also just going to give you a simple math kind of calculator that you can do at command line. Here I'm doing some examples there that you don't have to do it on the VirtualBox, because I just show you here. Basic calculator 2 plus 2 plus 5 is going to give you 9. 100 divided by 2 is 50. 50 times 5 is 250. 50 times 2.5 is giving you the 125 floating point numbers. And then this is the to the power of, and then this is when you do multiplication, and then division, and then all of that. And when you type in quit, you can do it. At the basic calculator, you can also use if statement, for statement, while statement, square root function, and a lot of the absolute values. All of those functions are on the basic calculators provided to you. And you're welcome to consult these man pages that I provide you to read the detail of them, how you do each one of them, if you have to do it. Like sometimes you can do the expression, how we showed you on those example, and there's additional read functions, length function to do it similar to our programming languages. There's some kind of function calls that are available for you. The while statement, for statement, all of that one is available. Continue and quit and so on. I'm gonna just go back to the next command, which is change group. Change group, change mode, and change ownership. Those are 3 commands that are related. So when I'm showing you here for change group, it is to change the group of a file or a directory, or more than one file or directory with dash uppercase R. So you can change the group, and then here I'm just showing a list of the files, and then -R in uppercase, and then at the same time I can say change root star, meaning that change everybody the group to root level. And if I'm not the owner as root, I'm not logged on as root, I cannot do it. But when I switch user to root, now ID root, then I can do a PWD and then run the these other commands I'm listing. Now I can do change root as root because I'm logged on as root. And now this time succeeded, and it shows the list that the permission of the group changed to root. So this is a change group. Similarly, change mode. Change mode is, I'm showing you a lot of examples on this one. I've created this table to show you how the permission works and what is read, write, execute, what is read dash execute, the octet numbers that are equivalent to it, how they're converted. I'm talking about UMask here. The UMask is changed here, so the calculation that is done to the power of 0, to the power of 1, to the power of 2, and they are added to together. That makes the read, write, execute if it is all bit set to 7, and if it is, for example, a directory 755, meaning read, write, execute, read dash execute, read dash execute 755, and then so on. So please read this one. I will show you a couple of examples quickly, but it is very simple here. If you read the entire thing, if you don't understand this, you better use these examples to understand it, because I give a lot of details on this one. We could just be dedicating entire video for this one and then the change ownership, and you will still have questions. But I'm going to show you a couple of things here to see how easy it is when you understand the concept and why you do that one. So let me just go back here. Please understand that those tables that I created is going to help you a lot on the change mode right here. And then the change these permissions, I explained the UMask and everything here. The UMask, when you type in make directory is one level for UMask, and making files another one. So for making directory is 777 minus UMask, and then the ownership and group sets, and for the files is 666 minus the UMask. So let's just get into the command line here on the VirtualBox, and I show you. Oops, the password, I have to type it in. Just go and take some of the keyboard characters. Now this time took it, and here, so let's say I create a file here, say, let's say echo pwd. I'm gonna send it to this one. Let's say pwd.sh. Now the file, before I did anything, this file got created as pwd.sh because I used this echo command to just generate it on the fly without getting into Nano or VI or Emacs or anything. So I just did an echo pwd and create this file. But why did it create it with this permission? I will explain now. It is UMask. When you do UMask, it is the UMask is this number. So by default, it is for a file, it is 666. So I'm going to put a pound here. Whenever you put a pound here, if you do anything and the system think that this is a command, it's going to ignore that one. So if you pound, say, garbage here, it's not going to run that command. It's just going to say, well, you put a pound to comment it out. So the bash interpreter is ignoring it. So I'm going to show you that when you create a file for file, it is 666 minus a UMask, which is in this case is 002, which is in this case is 664. And 6644 is going to translate to read write dash for the owner and read write dash for the group. and then read dash dash for others. When you put them together, this one without the space, it is this permission that we see above here. Read, write, this. The first one is the owner. The second one is the group. The next one is others that are not part of the owner or group. In this case, the owner and group is Wahid and the same group permission. But if I did this one, and if I just say, let's say if I can run that command, can I just say pwd.sh? No, because permission is denied. It says this command, this file is not executable. The X bit is not set for it. In order to do that one, I have to change the permission of it to make executable. But I can also run bash pwd.sh and run the print working directory, but because I'm telling the interpreter to run it here. So in order to actually run it with the /, I have to say change mode, change the permission of the mode of it, and I'm going to say 755 pwd.sh. So now pwd.sh is having the executable read, write, execute by the owner, read and execute. Because it's a script, I want the group also to be able to run it, also the other people could run it. They do not have write access. So the group, even though the group in this case makes sense to have write access, I could have just done this 775. But normally, you don't want to share it with other groups, and you belong to multiple groups, you want to make 755. So other people could not modify your script. But if you want to make it available to others, then you could do that. So ls-l pwd.sh. Now if I run it pwd.sh, it's going to still run it because the owner read, write, execute is available. And if I just want to say, okay, echo pwd and also do cat -n pwd.sh, and then I'm going to say the file, create this pwd.sh. Now, this command is running two commands, pwd, also cat -n pwd.sh. So now if I say cat pwd.sh, it's going to run two commands with the semicolon difference. So now watch, this one is going to say, the first command was this command pwd, the second command, it shows the line number of that file, and there, the content of it. So if I just say change mode, let's say 644 pwd.sh, since I'm owner of it, ID-UN as Wahid, so pwd was owned by me, I could modify it again. Now I don't have permission to that file again to write it. If I just run the pwd.sh, it's going to say permission denied. But I can also say sh or bash or corn shell or C shell, whatever shell, and then -x, say pwd.sh. I can run it that way too. Notice that when -x is that, you are setting or using the set -x option. So it runs each command with a plus. It says this is the command, this is the output. This is your command, this is your output. So you will see that one. If I just do the same thing with, now I'm going to change the permission. We did that. Let's make a directory here. So clear the screen and I'm going to say new directory. Make dir new dir. So the new dir umask is 002. The new dir that I created, it created by default 775, meaning that the new directory, when you create new dir, directory, whenever you create it, what is happening is that it says 777 minus umask. And since the umask is, in this case, is 002, then it's going to be 775. because the owner has read, write, execute. The group has read, write, execute. That's 7 and 7. And then the others has read dash execute. No write permission. And 5 is that. And the one that I was showing you on the table, it is basically calculating that one. That's why and the new directory has that permission. If I say change mode 700 new dir, now all I did was made the owner to have read, write, execute. Everybody else is blocked, including the group. So unless you're root, you cannot read or change directory to this one. So which is not good because you have to give read and execute permissions on the directory level. But you can block it by the content of it not writable, then you can still do that one. Okay. So let's do this. At this time, I'm going to show you one of the other things with change mode we did. So if I just become root here, change on root here, and then I type in this password. Notice as soon as I change it, I change the directory because I did this dash. It changed my profile to root. If I didn't do dash, I would have stayed the same directory. See that it did change directory. It read my password already that was on the system from memory from profile system, and then it's dropped me into the home directory where I was the last minute. Previously, when I put the dash, says that I said as you change my profile, take me to the root profile, run the there.bash or C script, and then set my profile to whatever shell environment variables or define at the root level. So here I'm there. Now I say ls minus l new dir, ls minus lb new dir. And you could see that one. Now, if I say change group root new dir, now notice that new dir is root. Sorry, ls minus ld, the root. So if I just block it like that, and then I have it as Wahid, and then let's change the owner also. Change owner to root also. Now ls minus ld new dir, it is a root there. The minute now I just want to get out of this one, and then I say ls minus ld new dir, and then id is Wahid. Let's say if I could just cd to new dir, it's going to say permission denied, because what's happening is that I did not allow other people other than root to just be having read and execute permission. In order for me to have the CD to the directory, I have to have at least a read and execute, especially execute permission there. So in order to do that one, I'm going to do change sudo change mode, and then I'm going to say 755. Or 775, whatever you do, like 755 would be more appropriate. New dir now, new dir is owned by because I did it with sudo. Now I'm having read and execute by other people as well. So since I'm other, I'm not on a root and I'm not group root. I'm other. I could say cd to new dir. Now I can cd to it because I opened that directory there. So now if I say touch the file, it's not going to give me. Because why? Because the file is not writable by others. In order for me to just give other people write access, then I have to give the permission of that one. So let's just do one more thing. Here, let's say, I'm going to say change group. I'm going to do sudo and change group to Wahid for new dir. So now new dir is ls minus l new dir is giving the permission, I could have done -R in uppercase and all the subdirectory would be done the same way. But since it's not writable by the group, I could still not do the touch and the cd new dir. And then if I say touch this, it's still not writable. Why? Because the permission, I'm the group, I'm having the same group, but the group does not have write access. So in order to do that one, you have to say, and this change mode, sudo change mode, and then 7, and then 5, new dir. Now, this directory is writable by the group, since I belong to the group that is Wahid. So I could cd to new dir, and then here I say touch this, and we'll create the file, this. And the this is 666 minus umask. The permissions of it is just whoever is the owner has read write, whoever is the group has read write, other people only have read access. I hope that helps on the read write and all the permission. There's a lot more to cover, but what I could show you as a specific example here, let's see if I just give you one more example here. Sudo, actually, let me just do it with Wahid. So if you look at this one, I have some file on, let's say, videos. I don't know what is under videos. It's nothing. So let's look at the desktop to see if I have anything. No, downloads. This is not a new machine. So let's just move all of these files into a new directory. Okay, the new dir. So I'm gonna say, notice all of these files are regular files. Everything else is directory. So if I use the find command, which later on you will see that one, I could say find dot minus type is a regular file. And then inside here, on the current one, if I just say find minus type D, it's gonna just list all the directory. But notice the dot cache is so much, any of them, and there, right? And then I don't want to see the dot cache there. And I don't want to see, so you can do a prone on it and then just get the dot cache out there. See this one is dot cache, and then I have to give the dot here, and then let's see if cache, and then okay, I'm gonna just move the files that are not directory. So let's see if we can do find dot minus type D minus type F minus, okay, minus name star minus type F. Those are there, and then you can also do a grep minus V cat dot cache, and that would be a shorter form of the same thing. And then the dot snap, so I could say egrep, and then say dot snap, dot snap, and then actually snap, and then cache, pipe or cache. Let's see how many more is left, and then egrep minus V. So this one a local, another one is a local. Those are bigger list, and then config is another one. So you can see you can shorten it as much as this. And now the dot profile, and we're gonna just say pipe and dot followed by one or more characters, A through Z, and this. Okay, so this is you have to skip it. See, this is how you could just get those as a smaller list. This, all three, and you dir this. So the this and all three, if you want to just move the this and all three, I could have just simply done move this to all three, and then just put it there. And see, this is there. Yeah. All three is not the directory. New dir is the directory where I want to put it. So here you have to say new dir, and then you can do the same thing with all three. I thought there was more than that, so I could have just do a while read. Later on, I'm going to show you how to do that one with while read. So here I'm going to also move ls-l.text to new dir, and move pwd.sh to new dir. We're still at the basic or intermediate level. I don't want to jump in too much far ahead of us into advanced level yet. So now if I just list it, notice all the files that were there, I moved them into the new dir. So now the ownership of these files, if I want to just make the permission of these files to only read write by the owner and everything else is blocked, I could say change mode -R and uppercase R, meaning recursively. I'm going to say change it to 600 for the new dir. Now this one, it says a new dir permission is not operated. The reason is because of the new dir might be protected with root. So this is why it is honor is root. In order for me to do that one, I have to say this command with sudo in front of it. And now it is done. So now it is a new dir is set up with that permission, and then all the files under it, if I do ls-l or uppercase R, it's going to say permission denied because we did not allow the owner's root. We did not allow other people to read the content of that directory. So in order to correct it back, you could just say do this one with 755, and then now the directory is open, new dir, it is going to show. But notice this is the permission that we set, because we did -R, that's a recursively subdirectory. Similarly, if I just do want to change the owner and group and everything back of new dir to a heap, since the new dir is still root as owner, I could say sudo change owner wahid wahid and then the new dir. That will just change the new dir to owner of wahid and wahid. But if I want to do the same thing, I could also use the dot, and that will do the same thing. And then if I want to do a recursively for all of them, including subdirectory and sub files that are there, I put the -R, and now it is all done there. So if I just say instead of -LDR, it will show all of them are owners wahid. Okay, so that covers the -R option for change mode and change ownership and group. So we covered all these three. Password is whenever you want to change the password of the user to something else. This is for Solaris. You could just type in -R files, and then that's the syntax. This one is provided on Linux in Solaris. -X -1 is saying that just remove the expiration time, so that system time does not expire for the user. Usually the companies, they set it up for 90 days, but if you have 1,000 servers and you have to maintain it as root, you don't want to modify the root unless somebody from the company leaves or something. You don't want to just modify it every so often. You only need to just change it at least 90 days, or at least maybe at maximum 90 days, or at maximum of when you are thinking that something modified it, or somebody is leaving, or something that you need to modify it. Other than that, so this command is there to just make sure that it doesn't expire on you. For Oracle account and group account, DBA account, usually you want to just protect them so it doesn't expire on you. All of a sudden your cron job's failing. And that's part of the other commands. So password command, we covered it, and basically to do it, if I want to just change the password on a Wahid login, I could just say password Wahid, and then I put new password, and then I just type in the password, and then if I type it correctly the second time, it's gonna update it. Now password unchanged because I did not type it correctly. So now I'm going to type it correctly. Okay, let me just make sure that I'm typing it correctly. And so let's see, password Wahid, and then I'm gonna say okay, so it is not allowing it because of root level. I think maybe that's why. So I'm gonna say sudo switch user dash, and I'm gonna become if it's giving you password tokenization issue and you are not able to do it as root, then it's a problem. But other than that, it's permission issue. So you can also, whenever you do it with password command, it's on the local machine. But if you're doing it on the LDAP servers, obviously there's another method that we use, LDAP directory services, and we do it at that level. So password for user Wahid, I'm gonna give a new password. And that is successful done. So now if I just want to change the password back to the thing again, I just say, and then if I just don't want it the password to expire, password, look, grep minus I Wahid etc shadow. Notice that there's the expiration time, and this is the hashing key that is on this server, that is the password. Somebody might say, oh, you gave it to us and I'm going to hack it and I'm going to do it. Go ahead, please, because this one is going to be changed right now. And then when I'm done with this one, the server is or virtual machine is down. So you're welcome to try on a network that is not available to you. So password Wahid, I'm going to type it again. This time I won't even provide you the hashing code or the encryption. If that's what you're thinking. Okay, so it is done. And then now I have the new password again, the password that I wanted to keep. So that's password command. And man, password is your friend to just give you all the details there. Okay. And then let's go to the next one, compare. Compare is basically comparing two files. So here is a silent option, and that's why you don't have any output. -s means silent between the two files, and this one cat is the content of that file, and cat this one. If you do without the silent option, then it's going to just show you the difference. So let's see if I could just on the web run this command without the silent option. Yeah, without the silent option, it is not showing on the web because through my database, I'm not running that command without the silent option for different reasons. So here's the options, and you can do it, and -S is for silent, I believe. Yeah, quieter silent mode. What's the next command we do? Uncompress. Uncompress is the opposite of compress. You're uncompressing a compressed file, and then there's a lot of other arguments that I'm showing you here with the Z files or the .z extension that are compressed and uncompressed. Please look at these ones. And if you have any question on the man pages, is your friend, you could look at it. Xterm, I have given a lot of examples here, and then the dash version and all the detail. And just to let you know, if Xterm is installed, you can do a lot of these things, and it's very good examples here that I'm showing you. You're welcome to look at it. And on top of it, I have a video here for Xterm cool stuff here. Some cool example of using Xterm. This one is the detail. Watch that video there. And then for all the commands here, there's already in these videos there. But I'm gonna go through some of them here. So if I just go back here and say here, Xterm by itself, if you just run it, it says that it's not installed. In order to install it, sudo apt install Xterm. So this is installing Xterm. Clear the screen, which Xterm. Xterm is there now. If I just Xterm is going to open by default, as I mentioned, it's black background screen and white text. So calendar here. And if I just say, well, the font is small, let me just make it a little bit bigger. I could say minus font face is New York. And then if I just say minus font size is 15, that's good enough, and it's doing that. Again, this one is doing a background screen and everything, but if I want a different background screen, I can just say minus BG for background. I can even put a number like pound, let's say a dark reddish color, and 250000, and then foreground of white, and that will be pound. I'm gonna do 3F instead of 6F. 3 would be replacing because it's redundant, so that is there, and then it will just create that one in a nice format. And then calendar 2023, you can see the entire thing. And if I exit out, notice if I just put an ampersand here, I can just open, and at the same time I can just run another command here and just say make it darkish green. So red, green, and blue. So the second one is for the green. First one is red, the 2 zeros. Since it's zeros, it's gonna just make it that. So I'm going to exit out of this window also, and then just make another one. I'm not gonna say an ampersand, so I will see my screen, and here 00 and then blue, and you can see it here is blue. minus a the df-h. All the command that you do is to your level. Here, if you just say make it all like this, let's say kind of like same font, same color as this title. So I could just say make it 333. That would just make it that kind of color, and that is like a gray, but I want it darker than that one, so it's 222. That would just make it exactly like what it is there. calendar there, and then you name that shape. If I want it darker than that one, it's 111. So this is the very easy numbers that you can remember, and then you can create a new really nice color coded this. And then if you just vim test of text, and then VI is not installed, so I have to do the VI. So you could do sudo install vim, and then provide the password. VI improve is the improved version of that sudo. I have to do apt in front of it. Apt install this, and then say yes. And now if I say which vim is there. So vim say let's say I don't have any file here, but I have a file on the new dir, clear screen, and then cat pwd.sh. If I say vim pwd.sh, now the file is created here. I could just say run the calendar command, run the who command, run pwd, run the id, and then that's good enough. All these simple commands, and then now say pwd.sh, and it's going to run this command. And then cat pwd.sh is that command, and that's good. I'll later on show you, but look at the interface that I opened this extern. It is a really nice, cool stuff here that you can set up your own terminal the way you want it. If you like this one, you can use this one. Continue to use the default one. If you use that other one, you could just come in on the extern and click on this one and open it there. So now let me just open another one in the background from here. I could say extern minus bg dark green minus foreground white, and then ampersand. So this one is open here, and then I could just say, well, what about that one? Since ampersand, can I kill it without typing exit here? I can exit here, it will close it. But then you could sometimes do a pkill on the process ID of the extern. If I do a pkill on the extern, it's gonna terminate my all extern session, which might kill this one also. Rather than do that one, remember we did the ps command, ps minus efa, grep minus I extern. You could see all the extern that I opened. So one of them is dark green, that this one, I want to kill this process ID. So I could say kill -9, and then the process ID is this one. I just, sorry, the number I have to provide 5986, and then that killed that one. So you identify the process that is running, and then you can run top here, you can quit here, and then and so on. So let's just look at the next window of commands. What is there? Oh, on the extern, I want to also show you a few other options. Since we installed extern, xclock might be also available. Yes, it is. Everything that is xclock and xterm, xclock is there. If you just say xclock ampersand, it's gonna show you in the background. You can leave this one right here and then say xclock minus d in digital form. You will get in digital form. And then you can say xcalc, you open x calculator. Notice that these arguments are spit out from there. I could just say, well, let's just get rid of that one. I don't want to see this one. I want to discard this information. In order to do that one, you just say xcalc > dev 0 or dev null, whichever one you choose. And they're both truncate, dev null and 2 $&1. 2 $&1, meaning that whatever is the standard output, in this case dev null, and send the standard error also to the same one, which is a standard output, which is $1. So this one will just send the information to calc, but then it's not gonna spit out this information. When you exit out, you're done with it. If you want to background it and just put an ampersand at the end, and now you can just leave this one on the side and say, well, let me just kill the one of these commands. So I'm going to kill that digital, for example. I say ps minus ef grep minus I x clock, and then the digital is -d, and the process ID is 6002. So I say kill -9. -9 means force it. If you don't do -9, by default is 15, with which terminates gracefully. So now that one is done. And if you want to do the other one, the X clock, instead of clicking here, you can also programmatically or script-wise or command line, you can kill it there. So that's the clock. And then if you want to do the calc, you have to define the calc here, and then do the kill on the process ID of the calc, which is 6007, and that does it here. And then xeyes is another command that will give you this eyes that you can just, as you move your cursor, notice it moves, and you can just move it. Let's see if we can move it. It is a little bit rusty, this one. You have to find out the exact spot you can hold. So you can see the xeyes is here. If you move it up, wherever you cursor, the xi reads it. They're really cool. So that is those with extern. Let's see what other things we can extern copy command is basically copying the files. We did show you to create files. These are simple command. You just say copy file 1 to file 2, and it's going to just make a duplicate of it there. Disk usage command is showing you disk usage and def show you the differences. Compare, we already looked at it, ls minus o. So a lot of these commands are going to help you just go through them. It will take forever if we just go through each command and show you one example by example. So the cat command is very helpful. You can just cat content of files. So here I'm just showing you on the web, you can do cat character 1 through 7, and it's doing that one. And here again it's this cat minus character 1 through 15 of that information. It does that. And then this is character 1 on. This dash on means everything after character 1. And then this one is ls minus li. Start.html, it's just listed there. And then this one is cat minus d. Since I'm not allowing this one, I'll show you this one as an example with delimiter on the command lines. So let me just show you that example here with minus d and other ones. So coming back here and then clicking on the show, and I'm gonna close this one. And then here, let's say I list here files. If I say list minus self cat minus d for this one, since it's all the files there, I could just say cut minus d delimiter, and then let's go with dash because the first one has a dash there. So this one, and then minus field 1, it will only show the blank. If I say minus field 2, it will show the second field after the dash. So all these ones have the dash. If I just go, how about if I go to look for the file with W, Wahid, and then that one. So in this example, I think it is better to just do another awk here, awk, and then print a $9. So I could get the list of the file name only. And then here I'm going to do a grep minus v total, and then pipe, so I don't have a blank line. If you just do this one without the this, by default, you have this total. So when you do a grep minus V, it says grep out the total. So it shows only the long listing of this one. But when you do $9, it only shows you the last field. This is $1, this is $2, and so on up to $9. So when you do this one, $9, you will see that one. Notice the extension, there's a couple of files with the extension dot. So if I say cut minus D, the limiter is dot, and then minus F1. Now I'm going to see ls minus L and PWD and this, because some of those files has the dot and some of them they don't have it. All three, it's not there. So I could do this one. But if I say, show me in the second field of it rather than first field, now I have the dot text and $, but not other ones, because there's no other ones. The other ones already has no dots in it, but it's delimiter is taking the first character. So if I just rm all, or make sure and change it this, move all there to all and there dot text. So now I'm changing the move command. Let's see, no such file. Move all there, I mistype it, all three to all three. Oh, shoot. All three to all three dot text, and then move this to this dot text. So if I just did this one, now everything has an extension. So now if I say, give me the field 2, it will show all of those ones and dot 2, the things. And now if I say, give me file 1, every one of them, it shows the name of it with field 1. That's what field 1 or field 2 means there. Okay, so and this is cat command. df is showing you that this information. You can get df a number of ways with the argument. Extended for file system. Minus f means the file system. H means human readable. That is showing in gigabytes, so it's that. And then you can get that information. df-h for the user, it shows you the user file system with, in terms of how much space is taken, how much space is used, how much space is available. And then human readable again there. And df-f tempfs, it's going to show you the tempfs file system -f there, the df. And then if you just come down here, man df, it's going to give you all the options here with everything that I have. So and the next command is def command. Def is show you the difference between two files. And then if you do a -b is for binary files, and these are the extension. And I'm not going to go through each one of the files. It's very easy examples, and those ones are just going to give you the difference between the file if there is any differences. And you can do recursively for subdirectories and files as well. Dir name sort is going to just show you the dir of that directory. In this case, is for that file, and that dir name is user bin. And if you do dir name on this one, the user GNU bin is the dir name on it. So, the opposite is base name. Base name is the next command. So base name of that one, it will show you sort. Base name of this one is going to show you date. And base name of this one is chapter 2 CGI. And this one is Linux command.cgi. If there's no path to it, it will just do the base name. Those are very two useful command, but you can use awk and knock and gawk and cat and sed and other ones to just duplicate this information. Disk usage is just giving you disk usage on all files store, and so you can see all the files here. And disk -sh summary and human readable. The store.cgi is going to give you all the CGI and give you a summary of it, and then kilobytes, non-human readable. So you have to convert it later on to see how big it is or how small it is. Dash U dash sh. Eject is for CD and RAM. Another ones you can run eject command to eject it. And then env is environment variables, and so there's system environment variables and local environments and global env, and set env usually is producing what is on env, and set is local as well as global environment variable. So print env path is going to give you the path, and set env path you have to give it to a syntax, and that is a C shell, and what the export is the bash and bourne shell commands. Print $Z is going to give you this. I think this video is going to be really long. Maybe I could just finish it on the intermediate and then go on chapter 4 another time, because I'm really tired. I have been doing it for a while now. Let's see, and the next thing is that env, we covered it. File is to show you the file type. So if this one is executable or text or ASCII, it will just say that this is the type of file that is. And so for a text file, you will see there are ASCII text. For executable file, executable. For binaries or executable length format, and so on. So you could see this one is for a file. There are Python script, it says Python script, and if you do store.html as text files, CSS and or cascade style sheet or all HTML files, and then here on the /bin is the executable length format. As you can see, all of them are 64-bit. These are binary files. So. And then let's go to the next command is find command. As we did a lot of find example already. Find .f will produce the find directory here for the files, and then find type is directory. Find size 10K, it shows you file size that are 10K or larger. That size, you can do that one, and you can pass it on to -exact argument. And here I'm giving -exact argument also. So once you find the core files, you can say remove them. And then once you find the files, and then grep for certain string for it. And then here doing permissions. You can also cat the contents of the file and so on. So here, let me just give you a few examples of, or several examples of this. Is find is very useful command. You should know it. Okay, so here, if I just say, let's see, I'm gonna just, since it's a new system, I'm going to use the existing system files. So, and there's always files on the etc directory. So if you just say ls-l etc, it will show all of that one. But if I say etc -type and d, it shows all the directory under etc there. If I say -type f is files, and then if I say clear the screen and say -type f and then -name star.conf, that is the one there. And then you notice some of them are not open by permission denied. So then I could say grep -v permission denied. That is going to list. So let's look at a couple of them. etc host.conf file. And so if I say find -name, find etc -name host.conf file, that will just show. Let's see, ls-l etc host.conf file. So host.conf file is there, but because it is a root and it's gonna give me that permission denied, I could just say, if I don't want to see the permission denied file, I could say this and greater sign, 2 greater sign &1. And then, but before I do that one, I have to say, find this one. So it gives me permission denied for host.conf file, and other one. So let's do this minus a greater sign dev null 2 greater sign &1, and it's now I'm not seeing the output here. So in order to see the output, I'm gonna say t, and then at this time I gotta see the send output to a file. In this case, I'm gonna say output dot text and 2 greater sign &1. So now the output dot text has the content of it, but output dot text also has this permission denied thing. If I don't want to get that information to be written onto my system, then I have to maybe do this and say grep minus v permission minus iv permission. Since I'm not typing permission in uppercase, then it's going to be okay with minus I, because it's skipping it. So that one is there. Rather than doing that one, you could do this with sudo command. The same command that is working here and giving you this output here with permission, you could just put sudo in front of it, sudo, and then now you are having higher permission. Those file directories are readable by you. It only show you the one that you want to see. Now, if I want to say minus exec dash ls dash l, and then that file content minus exec, there's dash exec. So this one is gonna now list it. Now it's 92 lines. If I say cat minus n, 92 characters in it. So that's 3 lines in there. If I just do a word count on it, word count minus l, it would say 3 lines. That's how, and that is. So you can do a lot of things with it and remove it, and core files and other stuff, and find the size, change mode, change group, and all those other options. As an example, for the change owner, change group, let's say I'm on this directory, the new dir, I could say find dot minus name, find dot slash new dir minus name star. This will show all files there. And if I say minus exec, or minus, let's say I want to delete the file with this dot text. So like I say this star, that will be only showing that one. Then I could say minus exec rm, and then that file, and now that file is gone. Now this time if I run this star, it's not gonna list the this file. But if I want to remove all of them here instead of this, I could say, well, go ahead, remove everything that's on that directory new dir, and then do it. So ls minus ld new dir, it is there, but what's the content of it is empty. And now if I just say rm dir new dir, it's done. So new dir is no longer there. rmt that we created, it is gone. So ls minus l rm output dot text is gone. So now we're back to original directory structure. Excuse me. Let's go back to here and then look at the next options. Find finger. Finger is basically if you're doing a finger on a root on a user, or this to find out. This is a LDAP base to find out the information about a particular user, and that's what finger does. Grep and egrep and other ones are very useful command. So I'm going to cover those ones. Let's see, man grep is here giving you, but I'm going to give you more information on the grep on the VirtualBox. So let's see here. I'm going to say ls minus l, clear screen, ls minus l. Now if I say grep, let's say for Wahid. For Wahid, I go there and pick up everywhere that is Wahid. So Ilias grep, it has the color set. That's why when I did this one, it shows red, Wahid. But if I say W uppercase, it's not going to find anything. Yet, if I just say grep minus I, Wahid is going to just find it because ignore the case. And now if I say dash V, also not going to show because everything except Wahid is there. So now this one has to be lowercase in order not to show. And every other line except this line had the word string Wahid. So I say, don't show me where it shows Wahid. So if you say grep minus V downloads, then it's going to show all of them grep minus IV, because download I put it in a lowercase, so I ignore the case. So now if I just say I, only will show downloads in there. And then now if I just say show me everything that is downloads, document, and music, how do I do that one? I could do something like this grep command that is done. I could, instead of grep command, I could say egrep minus I, and then I put downloads, pipe music, I believe I said, and then pipe document. So those are the string that I want to match. And I could be even like a document, this is specific to search for that one. And then as long as it makes it unique, it will match it there. So that is how you do those ones. And if you do another grep on this one, say grep music, and then it is only going to show music. But why would you do that one? Why don't you just do only here with one command and grep music, and then it will just pick it up? There are certain times that you could do egrep or grep or some other ones, and then for different purpose, different ways. You have to make that decision, what is the need for it and why you do that. Grep command, we already went through it. What is command? The what is basically show you what is this command is. And then each one command that you run, the file system checker, it tells you that it checks on the system file. What is calendar? It gives you the calendar services. So the what is very useful command. Groups is also a command that it tells you the group that you belong. And when you type in, earlier we did that one. And man groups is your command that you can get. Gunzip and targan unzip, all of this one. I have given enough example here. And so you're welcome to practice it. Gunzip basically compresses files in a zip format, gunzip pip. And gunzip, like a tar file, you're just putting a tar.gunzip file extension at the end. And then gun unzip is untarring it, and then gunzip is tarring it with gunzip extension. So that is those commands. And then if I just want to give you an example quickly, let me just show you how we do that. So for example, etc directory here, if I say become root here, sudo is u dash, and then now I'm on the home directory of Wahid, and then I want to just make up a backup directory. Make a directory backup, cd to backup. Let's say I want to just back up my etc directory. I could say car cvf tar cvf and then /etc. Actually, here I want to just create it as /etc exactly like my system is. So I'm going to say etc dot tar dot tar and then say /etc. So this one is going to just create this file called etc.tar. And now this etc.tar just got created because I ran this command, that C for create, V for verbose, F for files to show it, and I put it on the current directory, the /etc directory. If I want to see the content of that one, tar pbf etc.tar, and then I can do a 5 more to see it. You can see that everything is then as etc. So if I restore it, it's not going to put it on /etc. It's going to restore it here, tar, extract it back. And then when I do that one, it's normally tar etc tar xvc, extract a verbose and file, and then that would do it here. But I don't need to. And so I'm going to say gunzip etc.tar. And now the file is in a gunzip format. So gun unzip, if I say file store, you can see it is a gunzip compressed file. If I say gun unzip etc.tar.gunzip, now this gun unzip, I'm sorry, unzip etc.tar.gunzip. Now the file is back to tar, file etc.tar. So I use gunzip to compress it, and then with gun unzip and tar. So if I just say rm etc.tar, and then now let's say I make a directory here, and I want to just run the entire etc in one command. So I could say gunzip actually tar x cvz, meaning also compress it into etc.tar.gunzip, and then I'm going to say etc tar x cv z x cv cv. Did I type? Oh, there I type in F. I should have X CV, sorry, XV, CVX, CVX, CVF, CVF, XVF. Let me see, CVF, Z. That's what I wanted to do. The arguments that I passed on, it should have been this. C for create, V for verbose, F for file, Z for compress. So when you did that one, and now the file is in one command, is already in gunzip format. File start.gunzip, you can see it is gunzip compress file. So I made a backup of that one with gunzip file. And then obviously gun unzip etc.tar.gunzip, we're going to just make it a tar file. Tar tvf etc.tar will show all the content of it. If I want to extract it, obviously I say tar tvf etc.tar, extract it. But since it's going to put it on this backup directory as etc, at this time I don't need to extract it, I don't need to restore anything. So I'm going to just have it there. This is also helpful that you are welcome to watch that one and learn it. egrep is, we already discussed that one. So the man on egrep is also showing you. For egrep, you can do multiple expression. It is stand for extended global regular expression print. So if I just do a command here, let's say ls minus l /user. So notice on /user, there's a lot of files. So if I want to say grep minus I left, all of those ones that are having left are there. But if I just global regular expression print, that's what grep stands for. Okay, for a little bit, my connection is not timing out. So let's see. Global regular expression left will show all the left. So now I'm going to do egrep for extended grep or extended global regular expression print. I'm going to say left exec and then also left 64. So if I want to just only list those two, I'll get that one. And that's what egrep is. So you can say either this or that. But if you want to specifically get anything, you can also use kind of characters. So if I say it is something between digits of 0 through 9, and that is matching here, it will show all the numbers that are matching there, right? So if I say, show me only between 3 to 6, then it's going to highlight that one. But if I say it also starts with left in front of it, then it's going to go on the ones that I'm interested in the most. Otherwise, if I don't make it unique, then it's not going to make it there. But if I just say only show me the 6, then it's going to do left 64. Followed by any characters, I could do that one plus here, or a star means at least one or more characters that is going to just find all of the ones that are there. And so let's go to the next example. Egrep is there. Kill command, we already give you examples. So here there's some examples also that I did. And with kill, you have to have be the processor ID owner or become root and do it. 15 is gracefully, -9 is forcing it. Kill minus half is like -1. Kill minus half is reading the configuration files and restarting the configuration files, but all the process are not being killed. With kill -9 or kill all command, it kills everything. Last is a good command that you could just see who's logged on last on the system. This is all the users that are logged on. Notice it's always me on my system, and then this is still running, who's logged on, and how many times the system was rebooted. Grep system head -5 and all the details. Header 5 of it. Remember the head command we learned on chapter 2, and tail command here that you can see that last 2 from the WTM. So you can get the last command, and then if there's a man pages, you could do this one. I noticed that this one is an issue here because I missed an A here. So in order for me to correct that one, let me just log into my Linux server and correct that typo. So now I'm on a secure shell onto hostname algorithm, and then sudo sudash. I'm gonna become root. The way I formatted my coding and everything, I made it so I can just identify the problem and fix it on the fly fast enough to do it. Notice this man page is not showing is because the anchor is missing a /a on the file. Which file it is, all that thing, because I coded, I know it. So it is on this directory var html, and then the file name is last -head help.html. I formatted for that purpose differently. Now I'm going through this, and then where it says please click, I'm going to search for that one, say please click here, and then on this one I'm going to put this anchor here. Now ahref is all correct syntax. There was a typo, now that is corrected here, and now man page last is showing, as you can see here. See how cool it is when you just code it and you know the details. You don't have to say cut and paste it from somebody else code, and now I didn't know how to fix it. It's going to take you longer. When I'm saying that you are going to get intermediate to advanced and advanced to expert, believe it or not, if you go through all the commands that I'm covering on this chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and all the other ones, you're not learning only Linux, Ubuntu, you're learning shell scripting, you're learning a lot more Python programming. If you watch my videos, and 30 years of experience, I compress it to this thousands of files and scripts and everything all online, and 1,000 of videos, everything. So in order for you to become an expert or become a senior level, you have to be at least intermediate level first. When you're an intermediate, you want to move into the advanced level, go to from chapter 3 to chapter 4, and then from chapter 4 to chapter 5, all of those ones, and then look at the manual pages, watch these videos. Believe it or not, over a year or 6 months, you could just help a lot of senior level people. And it is all knowledge. Knowledge is going to give you so much power and so much wisdom that you can just do so much in it. So let's get to the last command we did. Link is like creating a hard link versus ln, which is a symbolic link. And I'm showing the examples here for both of them. All these files that I'm creating. So please look into this. And then the difference between the hard link and symbolic link is ln soft link. It will create a symbolic link as if the file is like an alias or a pointer to it. When the physical file doesn't exist, the ln does not mean anything. It is just a pointer to the inode of the first file. So when you delete the symbolic link file, the original file still exists. But if you delete the original file, the symbolic link doesn't mean anything. On the other hand, when you create a link, hard link, you're creating a file that has an inode similar or this. So let me just show you the difference here. I'm gonna make this screen bigger, and I'm gonna just say create a file here on this one. I'm gonna go to home WLP programs, and then create a couple of files here. So under the shells directory, so shells, let's do a couple of files here and say my zenity.sh. Let's say I have a script called zenity.sh, and I want to just create a symlink for z.sh. Z.sh already exists. So let's see, dev, okay, that's a different file, z.sh. Okay, so I must have done something on the z.sh here. Let me just say I'm gonna create w.sh is there. Yeah, no, it's not there. So I'm gonna make a symbolic link out of the z.sh for w.sh. So I'm gonna say link minus s, symbolic link, z.sh to w.sh. Now w.sh and z.sh both exist, but notice that z.sh is a physical file, w.sh is a symbolic link. And that's why this slash, L is on the first character. The type of this this file is a symbolic link. So if I say if exist, I could say if exist dash L w.sh, and then ls minus L w.sh. So if it's a symbolic link, let me just do unary operator dash L. Okay, so say test dash L w.sh. Okay. And for the symbolic link, I have to look at the argument man test. All of these ones are either regular file or the type of the file that they are, or see this one is B is binary, C block files, character file, D directory, E file exists, F file type and group, and then G, and then L file exists in the symbol. It's uppercase L rather than lowercase L. So F test dash uppercase L and W.sh, then echo yes, else echo no, fi. So you see it says yes, it's a symbolic link. So I could just say echo yes, yes, the file is symlink. Symlink. You could just say, and I get that output, yes, symlink. But if I just say another ampersand and just say, and go ahead do ls minus l d, and then onto w.sh, I could get that one. And at the same time, I could say, put another ampersand. I'm jumping a little bit to advanced level, but it is easy. You still understand it. It's tab on w.sh. So you can just get a statistic on it. And as you can see, the statistic, it says symbolic link here. So you could also do a clear screen stat on w.sh rather than doing all that thing and just do it. But I did a one-line commands. So you could say dash L w.sh, and then at the same time and just run the ls minus l w.sh. So notice that it says the short form of that f test is this one. It says check on this one if it's a symbolic link, then run this command and also list it. And so you can see that it is there. And if I just want to say another ampersand, say cat w.sh or word count minus l and w.sh, you can see it's 18 lines. If I just say another one after, since it's small, I could do another and symbol, cat minus 10 and w.sh, it will show the 18 lines. And those sort of the things. It also does Zenity, so you must have written a shorter form for it to do that one at some point. Those are for chapter 4, maybe a higher level scripting, and so we'll cover those ones. But hard link, and notice that now if I say ls minus, sorry, ls minus li w.sh and z.sh, notice that inode number for symbolic links are different. But now if I just create a hard link, say link w2, I mean z.sh, w2.sh. Now I created a second file. Now let's do ls minus li2 w2.sh. Notice the hard link w2 and the z, they have the same symbolic link. So in order to just know it, let's create remove this w. You could see that they both have the same inode number. That's the difference between the symbolic link versus hard link. Hard link is not linked across this file system, and then you can just create them, and then since they have same inode number, when you have on a different file system, they're not having the same inode number. Every file system have a different inode number. So if you say df-user, this is showing you, but if you say df-i for inode number, you can see that inode number, and there's this many inode number that were created on this file system. Similarly for, let's say, so for var, each one of them, they have their own inode numbers, and then for each file, and you have a separate inode number. So if I'm just on this directory, If I look at the ls-li store.sh, notice that inode number of all of them are different, except the one that are hard linked. They have same inode number. And then that's the difference between symbolic link and hard link. I hope you understand that one, and you're welcome to read the manual pages and go through these examples. And if you have any question, please put it on the video what is your question, and I'll help you out more. So Gansep, we did the link, hard link, and process grep, and where is and which. So let's do a process grep. A p grep is for process. So man p grep is just giving you the manual pages. I cannot give example of those ones because I don't want a specific process there. So if you run top on this system, you can see it is running here and all the information. And you can also say grep -i SSH that I'm logged on through SSH, and then I could say p grep SSH there, or p grep and then SSH. You can see all the process there for SSH. P grep Apache for all the Apache process. PS-EF grep -i Apache will just reveal those process IDs, and then you see that in 1933, and that is the main one for root. Everything else is there. So p grep and pkill and process kill is process related. P grep. There's a number of proc file system commands that are coming on the chapter 4. PWDX, PMAP, P3, PSTray, strays, and pwait, prun. All of those ones I'll cover on chapter 4. So the next section is whereas command. Whereas is just showing you the location of a particular binary. Whereas the binary command. Here I give several examples, and then the last command is which is also give you what is where's Python directory installed, or which Python 3 version you're running, and which calendar command are you running, which ncal command, or which grep command. All of those ones you could do it. So let me just show you on the command line here. Okay, so here, if I just say, where is a Python, it will show me if Python is there. But if I Python 3, the binary and the software that are there, all and the directory that are there, it will say, where is what is there, where is which, where is calendar command, where is ncal command, where's grep command. All of these ones you can get there. Whereas egrep, so where's there? Another command is locate command. If locate is not installed, then you can say app install and plocate, and then it will install it and say yes. Once it is installed, then you can use the locate command. So apt is very useful to help you out on this one. Now I'll say which locate. Remember the what is command, it tells you what is that command do, what is where is, and what is which. So whatever command you want to run there. So locate, for example, where is command, it will show all the combination. Where locate app command, that's a lot, you could see. Locate snapd command, it's all related. Locate debian pkg command. I'm getting a little bit advanced on some of those commands that I'm looking at, but it's okay. because these commands are simple, which pwd, which date, which file system checker, which cat command, which snap command, and so on. I mean, there's a lot of them, which htop. So if top is not installed, you can install which htop and everything. So let's see if that one is coming on the next chapter. I believe I can continue with this one because I'm almost to chapter 4. So we finished chapter 3, and then chapter 3 is all this video that are available. Plus, if you want to just go to the Linux manual pages, and then I have it by section here as well. And this is also available. In addition, I have it in PDF format that you can just go in PDF format, and this is a Linux Ubuntu. So you could look at this one and then look at this. Like for example, let's say Control F where it is, and then you have this where is 1.pdf. It will just show you this is Ubuntu, and you can read that one. I showed you the manual pages on HTML or text format inside the Unix or inside my web server, but now I'm showing you the same thing with PDF or a file on my web server. So if you look at the Control F, say which, if which is not there, you could say locate. If the locate is there, it will find it, and then the manual pages is going to show you locate. Similarly, let's say Control F, let's say for bash itself, and there's a lot of command that matches 204. So let's see if we can bash.1.pdf. This is the PDF that might be large. So it's 150 pages long, and then some of them might be much larger. So let's say Control F curl, which is a programming language as command lines. So let's see how big is curl. 75 files, lines, pages. That's not that big, but Control F and wget. I am sure GCC is big. So let's say GCC, and this one GCC. I'm gonna do .1, and then this is a lot of these ones. So this one is one of them. Let's look at the next one, Control F and GCC, and then we're gonna say, show me gcc.archive.1, and then 14 of them. So I have to search and CD9. I think this might be in the version 489. Let's see. And that's not that big. And then Control F and gcc.1 dot review. Just only one shows up. Let me look at G++. That's C++ version. And this is 1.9. And this is 3 of them. So right here. Yeah, that one is a little bit big. You can see that I think this big. 552, that's a lot. So depending on what is providing, this is for C++ compiler, so all the syntax, everything is there, and that is there. And if you want to compare that one with, let's say, Rocky version of Linux, and look for Control F G++, it's not on the Rocky installed by default. Maybe on the Red Hat it is there. You have to install it first, and in order to just get the manual pages. Maybe when I did the manual pages, I did not install it. Yeah, those ones I didn't install and not install it. I could do installation on it. So let's see the next thing that is on the website here. Oh, where is it? Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the table of contents here. because I have been jumping back and forth table of content.html. And then this one, we're on chapter 4 now. Chapter 4 is advanced level, as you can see, advanced, but I'm having the 3 section, the what is section, the man page, and examples. And on chapter 4, I have each row 11 commands that are advanced level commands that mostly they require root access. For some of them like hostname CTL doesn't, but LSOF and other ones they do. Gcore and the user add, user del, user mode, and group add, a lot of them. Catman to create the man pages, and system CTL to start and stop services or modify it. And system CTL can run also as a regular user. You can do that one, but there are certain things that if you have to shut down services or restart it, you have to do it or configure it. But you can cat the content of something, you can do that without a regular user. So there's a lot command here, 88 of them. For each command, each row, I have one video here that you're welcome to go through them. I have given you the details, but today I'm going to give you an highlight of some of the commands so we can finish this video, and then it will be some hours. And then you're welcome to watch chapter 4 also on my other videos. This is chapter 4, part 8 of 8, which is the last row. And then you are welcome to watch it. Part 7 would be this one. Part 6 would be this one, and so on. Part 1 would be the first row. So all these videos are there for you to learn. Let me just go through the video and thing. I'm going to pick up for all this list because user add, user del, user mode, group add, group del, group mode is very similar, including user command, including password check and group check. All is for account and profile and group management. So you could just look at this one. I have given you enough examples of how to add a user, what is user add, what is user del, user mode, group add, and then examples here for all the hosts, which commands you can use, and what are the actual command with syntax to create a user and a new user. And then when you modify a user, what you do, all of that information is there. For example, for user mode, I'm giving you the syntax here, then I modify a user new group and the group name. And then I just check it out to compare it. So all the options are here. Please read these ones. This is what is going to benefit you because it's always 24 hours. It's on a secure page, is available to you. You're welcome to just use your cell phone or laptop or desktop to just get to bookmark this MyWebUniversity.com and then go on each chapters and practice each one of them either online by clicking it or read it online or watch the video, and you will be an expert. And the user del is similar. All the commands again is showing by example. User mode is again similar. So all of that I told you group add is similar. So all of them I just made one video and then one documents and explain all the examples for all 6 of these, right? Group and similar. And then explain for each one of them by one. And users is another command that you say who's logged on the system, users. So that is very easy. And then system CTL is showing you system CTL -help -help will give you the help on the whole system CTL. You can do a lot on system D. System D is a new system 7 release that replaced init, which was system 5 release 4. And then system D is Red Hat 7.6, CentOS 7.6 and up, or Rocky 7 and up, and Red Hat 7 and up, but Ubuntu 16 and up are also using system D. So we're all in system D, which is very nice in terms of process management, memory management. You can see it is stopping the unit and reloading the unit. The unit is the service name, and then you can just do that with a lot of things, enable it, disable it, and then edit it, cat it, show it, all those commands. I'm showing examples as you go through this. Like if you want to get the version, you get this. But notice that here I want to just only show the status of Apache 2 unit. So if you just replace that onto SSHD, then you get the SSHD processes that is up and running. Similarly, on Linux Ubuntu here, if I just log in again here, the screensaver kicks in every 5 minutes or minutes, and then it doesn't take my keyboards that I type in as fast as I type in. Now, if I say ps-ef and then direct -i stitch, so a stitch is not running. So let's see systemctl status. By default is everything that is up and running here. You see that it's all this one, and then systemctl, like let's say status. Earlier we said NTP is running. You can see that one. If I want to stop that one, I can say systemctl stop NTP. And now if I just do the same status of NTP, it shows it's not running. And it's also enabled, so that means next time the system reboots, it's automatically going to come. So I could say systemctl start NTP, and now it is back and running. So there's a lot of things you can do. Systemctl cat NTP to look at the content of the startup processes, and then do show to show this all the memory kind of variables and values for it and everything. There's a lot to do it, and it's usually on that system all the units are there. When you do systemctl by itself, you will see all the units name and service name also there, and then you can disable, enable, and so on. There's so many things you can do with it. I'll leave that one to your discrepancy of how much you need it and what level of permission you have, and when do you want to learn it. And just come in here and practice it on the man pages, reading it, an example of it. And if you have questions, please let me know. I will help you out with your questions. Coming to Catman is very easy. You just Catman dash version give you the current version. Catman usage give you the usage. And if you just type in Catman dash help, it will provide you help. And you can see that dash config file. Let's give you the config file. And then I usually use Catman to just create the manual pages here. So here you could say man Catman, and it will just tell you, that create or update pre-formatted manual pages. The user share man everything is created when you create the Catman, when you run the Catman configuration with root privilege, the required root privilege. Password checker is just checks on the etc password file for any inconsistency, and it's going to report to you password check. And then you could do also group check, GRP check. And then that way, if there's any discrepancy, you can correct it. Password check and group check are two commands for system administrative purpose. You're welcome to use them, and then see if there's any kind of typo or discrepancy on your configuration files and etc password. Okay, I need to pause the video. I think I need a quick water break. Just let me pause it for a second. Okay, we were on type command. So now you're doing type pwd just to show you the type of it. And then systemctl is going to just show you user bin system. And it's just basically giving you what type of file it is. So that's type command. And then the next command is extended for file system. That's a file system. On Linux, you have extended 4, extended 2, previous one, and 3. And then you have other file system, XFS file system. You're welcome to read the manual pages on the file system to understand more details on the file system. As I showed you, file system are mounted on the system when you do a df-h in human readable, it shows you all the details. So if I say df-h user, it will show me the file system there on /home. And if I just say showed me this, then no file system on the /home minus type. I'm sorry, minus T for the type. See df-h home. Yeah, df-hf home is not showing the F option. So let me see, man clear screen, man df /-f. Oh, the F is in Solaris on, and this one is T option, and df-t. It will just show man df. Let me just see what is the option for Linux. H is human readable, K in kilobyte, and -L local file system. Print type is uppercase T rather than lowercase t. So and each of the system, they sometimes make it different. That's what sometimes developers don't think that, you know, it's better to just make these flags the same for every system rather than making it harder from system to system. What's the difference, you know, that when you do a -t, a lowercase or uppercase, in one system that allows you with F on Solaris and other ones, and Linux it doesn't. So on Ubuntu at least, I think that Linux it does. So now we have a df command and human readable, and you can also do a kilobyte, and also you can say human readable with inode numbers. You can get that one information. But mount command, it shows all the things that are mounted here, and then mount, and then grep, for example, home, -i home. Then you can see that it is mounted as read write. All these options that are there on the system, it's there. There's a file called -l etcfs tab file that I configure that one. etcfs tab file is all the file system, whether it's extended 4 file system. So if you say df-ht extended 4 file system, let's see, the df-h. Yeah, the lowercase, that still works. And so depending on how you provide the type, the lowercase t, which I was earlier doing it, you have to give the extended 4 file system, because if you see, if this tab is saying that it is an extended 4 file system. So if I'm looking at the extended 3, which is root, then I have to do type 3, it will only show the root partition. df-h root will also show that one, but when you want to do it specifically with a type of extended 3 or extended 4, that file system will be listed there. So that's what those makefs is make file system. Whenever you partition a file system, you need to create makefs to create the file system, like extended 4, extended 3, by the file system or XFS. You use the kfs command, and there's a lot of type of extension for different file system. So which makefs you can see is if I say /bin star and kfs star, you can see here the type of file system that you can use makefs. If you want to use the bother file system, the type you do -t bfs, or you could say makefs.bother file system, or this one, or extended 2, you could say the type -t or use makefs make2fs. And then similarly, if you want to do extension 3, you have to use extended file system 3, then you have to use this one for file for this fat file system is -t fat or -minix for Minix, or run the binary that is available for it. This is XFS. You can run XFS or this one, or makeFS with -t XFS to run that type of XFS file system. MS-DOS and TFS and virtual fat file system allocation table, it's all of that one is available, and so you're welcome to use them. And wget, I have a video in there that already I showed on wget and curl. You're welcome to practice those ones. I also have videos on all of these ones, as I showed you earlier here, for all of these videos separate. That's why I'm just moving faster on these ones, but I want to just cover some of them. Journal CTL is a very good for logging, and you will see whenever a command fails, you run journal CTL to XV to just get argument for it and then practice it. This is, fix it, not practice it. Then here are the version and all that detail. Intro is a bigger command that is just basically give you the entire Linux bash terminal. So you're welcome to just read that one. It's almost like everything that is available on the bash and interpreters and introduction. LS attribute is another thing for doing attributes and permissions issue. This is for extended Linux second extended file system. Most companies, they don't use this one as much because a lot of it is using the other permission that we just showed you on chapter 3 with change mode, change group, and change permission. Obviously, there's other permission with secure enhanced version of Linux. You can do that one. If it's that file, I already showed you the content of that file, and that is that file with all this permission. You're welcome to read it, and it basically is a file system table that is mounting your file system, whether it's extended to file system, beta file system, tempfs, or NFS. You're just saying that at boot time, when the system boots, whether file system should be mounted or not, it is on this file. Mount command is to just use the mount command to run a mount command. You can mount a command on the command line or mount it on etcfs tab, but we'll do it. Mount all is for mounting all of them. pgrep is for process grep. We already showed you that one. umount is the opposite of mount command. If you want to unmount a file system, you run the umount command. And then pkill is to process kill. And excuse me. Well, sorry about that. So pkill, process kill. I wanted to kill that process. Pmap, process map. This is a good process. Command process map. So I want to just run the command here. Clear screen. Remember, on the proc file system, there's a lot of commands that are there. One of them is pmap. Process map is like showing you based on the process ID 1, for example. So pmap of 1, system D, ex minus ef grep minus that, system D, you can see that all the processes that are owned by the process ID 1 is the main process that the system D is running. And then similarly for process 2, like if I say grep 2, that's all process ID 2. So if I say top minus P 1 comma 2, only show the process 1 and 2, you can see process ID 1 and 2. One is system D and the other one is kernel trust D. So now if I say pmap minus P 1, I will see the all the resources, that are being used on the list of open files for the shared object, everything on the name of the libraries and all the anonymous and systemd for the process ID1, the detail of it there. This is a process memory map. This is the memory map address of it. It takes that many kilobytes for this and this anonymous section, and then the shared object files and all the libraries that are bound to it and so on. So another thing you could do is pmap minus process2 for example, the 2, you can see the kernel thread D, it does not have anything at the start, LDD, process linker dynamic libraries of 2, you could see that say permission permitted, I'm sorry, on the 2, it was saying that object cannot attach to the process operation not permitted, because that's the kernel thread. But if I just look at the 1, I can see the same shared object, because I could look at the PWDX of that one. It starts from the root, and also I could look at pmap of it and get the detail. And then there's more information on the proc file system as it comes. I'll show you here. So let me go to pmap. Ganzip, we already covered it earlier with that example. You're welcome to just skip this part or read it again. PS3 process stream 3. This one is just basically show you the current directory of that one. Process stream, if I'd say, show me the processes stream 3 of 1, and is all the process for the systemd there. If I just change that one to say, go ahead, do it for 2, then it's going to say for the kernel thread there. So each process that you go and process stream 3 of process 3, it will say 3 is there. If there's a process ID of $$, that would be my current shell. It will just give you that information there. Here I could just also say PS minus EF direct minus I Apache 2. So Apache 2 is 1933. So I could say PS3 1933. It will just show this information. On the web, let's see if I can just say 1933. Cool. So my program works the same way for it. It's like almost rewriting the entire Linux command lines for the commands that does not require special permissions of writing. Then my program will just do the same thing on the web. So it's almost like having the Linux available using this interface for you to practice and learn it there. And then what was the next command that you want to cover? PS3 grep command we already covered, the grep command we already covered, so I'm going to, these are duplicated between the chapter 3 and 4. Fgrep is fast grep or a string grep. So I'm going to just show you an example of that one. If I just say PS minus EF direct minus I Apache 2, now if I say fgrep, and now I have to say, let's say for a string dot, then it's a fast grep. And this is much faster. That's why fgrep, because whatever you do with fgrep, so if I just even don't do Apache here, it will not be like a little bit more than just because I'm just giving so much argument into this, then I'm doing a fast grep on that information. So this is a fixed string grep also, and it's not like a match a particular string. It is exactly a string. It's like almost like a grep with -w for word match. So that is fgrep. Can set fgrep set is I told you that set and env is the same, but set provides you local and global variables, and you use env to get the global variables. Print env is to display path for print env path, and print env $ time zone is going to give you the time zone. And there, and then services was replaced with system D, because Red Hat version 6 and below were using services command, and it is no longer available for system 7, because system 7 is using system D is using systemctl command. env is also similar to the path command that we were using earlier for set env. Curl, I have a video that you should watch that I show examples of curl, and then curl is very good for just making sure that you can just get some website or some pictures or images or download files, or check if a website is up and running, everything. You could do that one. So my video is already there, but I'm gonna do curl and just say www.mywebuniversity.com. So if you do that one, it shows you that yeah, this site is up and running. And then you can do a lot of different arguments here, -o to download files and write it to an output file and so on. But I'm going to give you just a couple of examples here. You can see curl is there, but just watch for the video. I have given a lot of information. It will take another hour just to do a similar video on that one. Figlet is another very useful command. If it doesn't gets installed, you can install it, and then once you install it, you can do all kind of banners and everything. I have videos on this one as well, but I'm going to show you a quick demonstration here. So if I say which Figlet is already installed, and if it wasn't installed, I could say app install Figlet, and then since it's already requirements met, it's going to say that it's already done. You can see it is already there, so no need to install it. Which Figlet is Figlet show fig fonts is another command that goes with Figlet. It shows all the fonts that is available, and show fig fonts, and you can do a 5 more, and then you can see here banner and big. Since I'm gonna cover some more commands with awk and knock and other ones, let me just show you a few example here. Show fig fonts, I'm gonna say grep, and then colon. Now we have all the list of the fonts here available, and now I'm gonna say cut -d delimiter colon, and then -f1. So now we have all the files in here. So if I just do the same command here and say while read var do, I'm gonna say Figlet dash C center dash font $var, and then I'm gonna write the word peace. So we just write peace on all tools here, and you can see here the word peace is written a number of times within this while read var. It wrote the piece with each font that is there. So another utility that is there, clear screen. Let me just make my screen my prompt shell 1 prompt shell 1. Only I'm gonna just say make it $, and then this, so I don't have too much information here. Clear screen pwd. If I just go the same command here, notice that that command showed all this, but there's a command here, say which laugh out loud cat. This is a utility that I installed on my system. So now that is available, I could say ls minus l and give you the long listing. But if I just want to do that one, store.sh, and I say, okay, that's good. Let's do laugh out loud cat on top of that. Then it's gonna just run the same command with different colors. So why I'm showing you this one, because every time you run the command, you get a different set of colors. And so the command is really nice when you do it, especially if I get all the green color. I like that color. So let's go to back to the show fake fonts command. Now I'm going to use this show fake font commands. This time, if I run this one and I want to just say show fake fonts variable, and then run the piece command, and on top of it, after this one, I pass it to this argument laugh out loud cat. Notice it's nice, cool color now. How cool is that one? So when I'm saying that you can do from intermediate to advanced, notice the expert level, you could just all of a sudden use all these utility to write program and in a Linux environment with all nice colors, all different fonts and everything on the fly. And then if you just say, what about if I could just say, and instead of peace, we could say peace to all. Because peace doesn't mean only if we want peace for ourselves. We have to want peace for everybody. And then now it is there. And if I just say that string is not gonna show in one characters, obviously I could just write it in a space. That way, and this one will be the format that I want to do. So that's cool. And then that's for the combination of those commands with knock, awk. You can do the cat command here. I did that cat command, and somewhere I did a grep command. I didn't do an awk here. I could have done awk, print $1 here. When I did the minus field 1, I could have said here awk, and then print $1. That would automatically get the same thing there. So there's whether you want to do cat or awk, different ways you have to parse the program correctly. Okay, so let's go back to and the website where I have we were on the curl and then Figlet Docker. Docker is very useful command, and Docker is just so basically my website where I'm providing you is a lot more than Docker, but Docker is very universal. So you can install a lot of things, whether you want to do install Ubuntu or MySQL or Apache or something, there's images for it and you can do it. Mine is only for Linux platform here, and then the rest of them I'm making videos and online stuff that I could teach you, and Docker is one of them. I have a video also on the Docker. You're welcome to go through this documentation and then get it there. So Docker version is giving you the version, the Docker exec, and a lot of commands that you do as basically based on your needs. So Docker images, that shows you list of images that are available. Docker ps -ef -a. If you have any Docker instance running, you have to create Docker, and then exec is this -it is very important. Interactively is setting you a terminal, and this instance is C2, and then it runs the ls-l command. You can also open a bash command to just get into it, and this is systemctl, the status of Docker and everything if you are running Docker PS, and then this one is just running an instance of CentOS image and drops into bin bash, so you can get into that instance and run it. Docker run is your friend. Let's see if there's anything on PS, and then so on. Docker exec -it, and then Docker instance name uname -r. So a lot of these commands, whether you want a Docker stop that instance and Docker start and an image, all of that one is available to you. So there's a lot of example here I have given you already. So let's just see if on the system I still have Docker or not. And so system CTL status Docker. And Docker is not running, so Docker version is not going to show much aside from the current version. And then if I say Docker images, the version is 20.10.24, and Docker ing. Okay, Docker images, Docker PS. If you are running anything, you will see this, but those are the images that are available for me to start and just download and everything. But please go through that documentation and then the other videos that I made for that chapter. And there's a lot more on that one in order to go through the details. So this 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 4, if you watch this video 4 of 4, Docker is explained on this video. Please watch that one. If you have any question, please let me know. I'll help you out. So I'm on chapter 4 again. Docker. System D, we already covered a number of commands here. You can get the status of Apache or SSH. We already covered those ones. So, and then the stop, start, show, and everything that was there. The Ubuntu firewall D is also a command that you can control your firewall. I'm not going to go through the firewall here. Apt and apt-get, apt-cache, sources.list, apt.conf, and apt.conf. All of these commands are related. The apt is the one that we have been using for application package toolkit, and apt-get and apt, you can say apt install or apt-get install. Apt-cache is the cache, and then sources.list is the repository. Apt.conf and apt-config is for configuration. So for each one of them, I have detail of them and then examples. And apt search OpenSSH, it will search for OpenSSH to see if it is available for you. Apt show OpenSSH client will show the OpenSSH client version. Apt info, well, info apt get is going to apt list is going to list it, and apt install is going to install, and so on. So that one is also chapter 4, part 4 of 4. Apt-get is similarly here, I'm giving you. And then sources.list is there. So the sources.list is on the system is your repository. lsptc apt directory right here is sources.list. So if I say cat etc/etc apt and then sources.list. This file is all the packages for repository. So I could say grep -iv, and then I would say when encore on the first character is a pound. So anything that is not a pound, show me the list, and then here all the repository below all the way up to here, or all the repository for the Debian packages that my system, whenever I do apt search or apt-get or apt install, it is looking at this sources.list, and whatever is not commented, those packages are there. If I'm missing the repository, I have to add it for some repository that I'm installing from. So all of this is covered. The next is a stat. We have been showing you stat command already. So that stat is giving you statistic on the PLDD. I already showed you also process LDD for the shared object. And then video number of part 4 of 5 will cover PWDX, print working directory of executable. So for every executable, like for example, PS minus EF direct minus I Apache 2, and if you look at PWDX of 1933, it is there. So PS bash, if I just say do a PWDX of my bash, where the bash was spun off, you could just get that one and say Wahid started from that directory. So print working directory of executable, where the executable is. PLDD is also showing you. So for example, if I just say, okay, this is there, if I want to see PLDD of that process, I could see all the dynamic link libraries that are attached to it, and you can see the symbolic link or shared object, not symbolic link, shared object file. This is virtual disk shared object, and then LD, and then there's LabNSS, and then LabC for C libraries, and LabM for math, and other ones that are getting included. All of them will show this. Let's go to the next one. Okay, PLDD, PWDX, hostname CTL, we already covered. TAR, we already covered. LDD is also showing you the symbolic link, not symbolic link, shared object file for the name of the binary. This is similar to PLDD. PLDD shows you for the process. LDD shows you for the binary that you're giving. So whatever is the name of the binary, you just do that one, and it will just give you the shared object files that are attached to it. And then strace is very useful command, so it's a lot of things. Trust is the equivalent command on Solaris. And trust will be very good command if you know it. And if you don't know trust command or Solaris command, then if you're on Linux, you must know strace. And this is system processes that you want to just trace it, and it's going to give you a lot of things when the process hangs or something. And if you want to just see if the process is in wait state or what is happening with the process, for example, clear the screen. If I say PWDX, PWD, run this command. If I say strace PWD, then it's going to run the command, and it shows me all the processes, the function calls and everything until the process does the work. So if I say ls minus l, clear screen, ls, it's going to show me this. But if I say strace ls, it's going to run the command as well as show me the output. So if I say ps, and the bash process ID is there, I could say strace $$ on my main process is no such file or directory. That process is doesn't exist. So let's see strace, and instead of that one, I'm gonna give it to the bash. That process always stays there because I have it terminated. So no such file or directory -p. I think -p is missing, that's why. Yeah. So right now it's attached. When I run a command on it, it will just do that one. But at the same time, let me just open another terminal and see if something happened here while I execute it, or it's not doing that one. I'm going to Control C out of this one, and then I'm gonna say ps minus ef direct minus I Apache 2 strace minus p 1933. So notice that this is every activity on the web server that's happening. It is already pointing to all the function calls that is happening. So if I go on the web server and say, okay, I'm on the strace command, which is this one. Now I'm going to cover the core file. The core file is similar. And let's go back here and then notice every click that I did already generated more for the core stuff here. So I'm going to exit out of this one, quit out, and then clear my screen and come back on the core files. I cover core, and core files is just when the system core dumps, it creates a core files, and the core files usually you can do analysis on ADB or MDB or GDB or GNU debugger or advanced debugger or Solaris or MDB module debugger to analyze it, or sometimes you send the core file to the vendor depending of the application core dump or the operating system core dump, whatever. You can just also get information and analyze it. ADB is another friend of you that they could say ADB-H, all help, and then advanced debugger. On Solaris and Linux, I have done a lot of debugging for systems during the night that I was on call. Some processes on different application servers, AFS and DocShare had code dump or maybe mutex on the file system, and then the other junior or senior even essays, they didn't know how to do core analysis on this one, so they would call me and I would help them out. Or we send it to Sun Microsystem or Andrew File System, Carnegie Mellon, to debug it if the problem was not as easy traceable on this one. And then sometimes the mutex happens because they're both just trying to do context switching on the same same kind of semaphore, and then it's hitting a semaphore that is just shared among them, and CPU panics and core dumps. ADB is advanced debugger that is also provided in Solaris, I told you, and then GCC is the GNU C collection compilers. Every video that I made for C, C++, I compile it, and these are the syntax I'm giving you for all the how to compile a C and code, and then with G++ you do it with C++ code. And then the executable file is by default is a.out, unless you give a -o and create it. You can also use -g option to run it in debug mode, and I have videos to explain those ones. Swap on, and when you do create the swap on, you just make swap available. The next one is GDB, GNU debugger. Also, please watch my C++ videos. I have used GDB to show you examples of how you can do GDB and trace your codes line by line. DDD is for disk raw data format, and raw data read and write. There's IF file and OF output file. You can just do DD, and there's a lot of examples that on some of the videos I have covered. On this video number 6, chapter 4 or 6, I have covered this one extensively. Debian packages as the motherfall package manager for Ubuntu. Once you install Ubuntu, you get the Debian packager that you can get the client listing, and then you can also use Debian packager to install apt and snap, which are the two nice package managers that are there. Gun and zip, we already covered that one also. It's right here with all the examples here. Please use that one. syslog-d is for system logging, and then rsyslog replace this one, and then you're welcome to read the manual pages. htop is for running similar to top command. It's in a graphical user interface. Let me see if I have it on this machine. I can see if it is already there. Clear screen. Top command is going to run the top, so show you processes, but htop is also the graphical user interface. I have installed it, and you can do apt install htop, and you get very nice function stuff that you can do process kill, but all of these ones are very easy to do it from the command line, as well as top, as well as htop. So I'm not going to go through the detail of it, because on other videos I have covered this already. And then module info is give you module information. Here's all the examples. You're welcome to practice these ones, mod info and -v and all the options that are there. Snap is another package manager. The Snap package manager, Snap list, will show you the packages that are here. And then if I'm just on the command line here, I could say Snap list. Sorry, clear screen, Snap list, and then it will show the packages over here. Like Snap list and direct -i Firefox comes by default, so that package is there. The Snap info in Firefox there. And if you want to install something, you do a Snap install, and if you want to remove it, Snap remove. There, the syntax is very easy. Clear screen, Snap -info. I'm sorry, Snap -help will give you all the options are there. Find, info, install, remove, list. All of these options, we have done it on other videos, and please watch the video that I have done for this command, which is on video number 6 of chapter 4. NM is show you the object files, symbol tables, a list of symbol tables, and then it's very cool command to get you the symbol tables. Whenever you're doing kernel checking or a trace or something, sometimes you might have to look at the symbol tables. And then object dump is another command that is similar with NS. I might have it somewhere here. If I don't have it, you could just look for object dump also there. And then ls mode, we already covered list of modules. Ls hardware. And the ls hardware is just basically show you the hardware. So there's some cool stuff, commands here. Ls hardware, you could get all the information, and then CPU, ls CPU, you could get the CPU information, and then hostname CTL is useful. Hostname CTL command will be useful, and then on the proc file system, you can also do cat mem info 5 more. So that is there. As you can see, the mem info, it is a 0-byte file, but it's proc file system, memory-based pseudo file system, so it is showing 0-byte long. Similarly, if you say ls-l CPU info, that is also 0-byte, but if you say cat CPU info, it is reading the same from the system memory, and it's going to give you all the detail here. So let's go back here. Ls mode, ls hardware, we covered that one. On the ls hardware, you can also run like -class CPU or -class and desk. You can just type in -c for class. And if you want to get that information, if it is available, it will run it for you. Ls hardware, let's see, -c, clear screen, ls hardware, -c disk. So the disk, it runs, but it is required output may be incomplete, or this. You should run this program as super user. That's why. And outside on the command, it does not run it, since that requires I/O from the system, and that I/O is requiring root access. That's why on the web it was not showing up here. But if I do the same thing with ls hardware for CPU, since that one is also required super user, but it somehow read it there and it produced output there. Because even, oh, I had sudo in front of it. No, that is for a disk. Let me just see. Yeah, this one I didn't have this, maybe it is just says that warning, but at the same time give me an information there. So, and then that's why this one is also giving you the information, whether that is full or not. That's another warning that you have to tweak with it. As root, you can run it. Next start command is very useful command. RN is going to give you routing in numbers, and then this is grep for listening port, and this one I'm looking for port 80 that I'm listening. Port 80 is here. This is IP version 6 syntax. If you have 0.0.0 colon 80, that's IP version 4 address. So VM stat, IO stat is similarly. So here I do IO stat 1 every second, 1 time, and then this is 1 second 3 times. So the output is 3 times here, and then you can get the IO stat with all the users and everything input output on the disk that are happening. It is reading SDA1 is DB1, are pretty nice in terms of availability. VM stat is virtual memory statistic, so that is also the same. If you look at this one, if you look at the 1, 3, 3 of them, and you can see that in the proc file system, the memory, the swap, the system, the IO, the CPU, all of that details are showing up here for virtual memory. And then if you do a MP stat, let's see, MP stat is right here. MP stat, that's the processor. So processor, that's same thing with the 1.1. You can see that the processor CPU usage, and then it shows you the user, the NICE, the system, the wait, the interrupt request, the soft, the steal, and then gust. So for this one, for example, P stat, if you look at the gust or gnice, you say, what is the gnice or what is the gust, or maybe some argument that are not specific to understand. You forgot what they are. The man and P stat is your friend. And so on this one, let's say you want to see G stat or something, you do here Control F and just say G gust, and then right here gust is showing you, and then gnice was the one that I was looking. Show the percentage of file type by CPU and CPU 0, run as a nice gust. So you can do Control F on my man pages and that I produce, and search for a particular string here. And if you're on the terminal, you have to do slash, like list or VI, and you can search for it. Excuse me. Let me go to. Let me drink a little bit of water. Just 1 second. So we did the VM stat. SAR is system activity report. You can get the manual pages on this one. I'm not going to go through that one. That's more details. If you have to set it up, you do it with the sys. For SAR, the account sys sets it up, and then after that, once SAR minus uppercase A would give you the all the information and all the CPU and other details. You can give other parameters. Man cron is for the cron jobs. So on the cron jobs, if you're running anything with cron here on the system, you have to be root here and say cron tab minus L, and this is my crons there. So I'm running some sort of logs and Torgam say backup and everything. If I cron tab minus L. So the one with the home.torgam zip file is commented out. But if I want to enable a cron jobs to do my backup script, then I can do that. And how often I want to do it. I just go modify this one. Currently, I'm not modifying it. I'll leave that one for another video because I have to configure it and I have to have my backup ready and everything. And there's a lot more to cover on this video. So let's just say that I'll have this one on another video for the cron jobs to set it up. Free is the command that just shows you free human readables on the system. And this is equivalent to -h for human, and there's K is kilobyte. MP stat, we already covered that one. Time is just give you system time. And then no hub is whenever you are running a process, and sometimes you don't want to just run it in the background and just leave, and then sometimes you say, well, I run it in the background, but somehow the process died, and now I did halfway were there, and then my shell got terminated and my process died. You can run it as a background as well as no hub on it. So no hang up, that's what it is. Exec is to run the exec execute commands. We showed you with the find command. And then ncal is for calendars. We are giving you example here. I already gave you examples earlier when I installed it on the other machine. GNU core is G core, and I gave a lot of example here. Please watch video 8 of 8. It's a lot of detail on this one. But the same thing for RPM, Red Hat Package Manager. So on this one, if you are on the system and clear the screen, RPM -QA will just show all the processes. If it is anything running, which RPM -QA. So there's nothing on the query string that is there, RPM -QA. I could just download something, installing it, and then the name of the .file.rpm, and then if I say U for update, and then put in a hash code, you could do it, and then the name of the package name again. So let's see, RPM minus query. As you see the argument that I'm just saying query all, it is not showing anything on this machine because I'm not installing anything on this. If it was a Red Hat machine, you could use the RPM and all the query were available there. You could do RPM -QA, grep for a particular package, open a stitch or install it or uninstall it. But this is Ubuntu, so we skip the RPM command here. And the next command, let's see, sorry. My other videos that I have covered Red Hat, I covered RPM extensively. Let's see what, yeah, right here. So the next one is pkill, process kill. We showed you the process kill that just kills the process by the process name. So if you want to kill all Apache in one shot, you could say pkill Apache 2 or pkill /d to kill a /d, or pkill calculator and so on. And that is how you could do that command. And just to give you an example of that one, I'm going back to this show here and then log in here. And let's just open this command here, clear screen. And then I'm gonna just say, open another terminal here, say run top here. And while top is running here, I could just say pkill top. So now top just got killed here. You can see it dropped into the $sign. So if I just say xcalc, run that calc, and then come back here and then say pkill xcalc, and notice that xcalc is right here. When I just do the pkill xcalc, it's going to disappear. So that is for pkill. Now let's do the next command here. LSOF, list of open file system. You can do by -p. This is very good command. You can run to get -p for process or interface name or port number. All of that one, you can do that one. So with this command open here, I could say LSOF. If I just run this one, it shows all my proxies that are running. LSOF -p, and then -i, and then port 22, that will check for port SSH, which is listening on that port. So if I say PS -EF grep -I SSHD, you can see that the SSHD is there. I can say LSOF -p, and then I just look at this process, which is listening, and then that's for SSHD, and all the process that are SSHD is here. Similarly for Apache, clear screen, PS -EFA grep -I SSHD Apache 2, and then now I say LSOF -I -p for process 1933. I could just get all that details of that process. Also, you can do with LSOF is by port number. So LSOF -I port 80, for example, the web server. If you look at port 443, secure port, you can also get the secure port. Notice the secure port is HTTPS, and this one is port. And similarly, if I want to see port 22 for a SSHD, all the connection that I logged on and established is that's me. They're coming from that IP address. So clear the screen. Who MI is root. Who is space MI. Earlier I was telling you, now it shows that I'm from that IP address. So if I say the same command that I did here, and then grep for let's say 47.154, that's good enough, and then you can see that is the SSH connection that is happening, and my user ID and everything is there. Okay. So that is for LSOF, and then expression is a very good command. It's like a evaluating some kind of expression, whatever is in this case 5 + 5 is 10, and then expression 5 - 2 is 3. It's like a calculator. Expression 5 × 5. Notice this one times is I have to skip slash because the star means it's actually wildcard. So that's how you code it there. 10 divided by 2 is 5. And if let's say I change the 10 to 100, I should get 50, correct? So I just change that one here, and then I run it, and it says expression 100. So it is dynamic. My code that is running, it is running and does the right thing. If I just instead of 100 divide by, let's say I change the divide by to, where's that divide by? Percentage +2. Okay, percentage F. So let's divide by 3. And you can see it's 33. That's almost that number. So you can get the expression with the calculation here. And then man expression, I'll always give you all the details of it. The next command is screen. The screen is like similar to a no-hub. I have given the detail of this one. This is a lot more than just one session. You have to read it and understand it. The screen is that you can just log out of the system or exit out of a session there. But when you started with the screen, it is not gonna die on you. So a screen, and then also Tmax. Tmax is on the Neo System 7 and Red Hat and CentOS and Rocky version 8 and 9. Tmax is provided that is doing similar to the screen. And I might have had already a video on screen and Tmax, but screen is also here that I have on video 8 of 8. Executable link object is giving you the information about all the files that are executable link object. And then this video, I have actually went through compiling some programs and just do it and then show you output of it. And please watch this video 8 of 8. It is a lot more in detail, but usually a binary file that are there. So if I go on my programs, actually my C++ directory, clear screen store here. Notice the, for example, hello program, or maybe while statement, while start this. If I say file while demo, that is an executable file. So if I say while demo, it will run and it will just give you the code. But the actual file is while demo.c++. This is the code. In order to do it, if I don't have a while demo here, I can create it and just say, now if I say while demo, that one is not there. But because I have while demo.c++, I can say use the G++ -o while demo and then as output, and while demo.c++ as a source code. Now I just generated the file while demo, which is an executable link format, and that is actually the file that I can run and get the output. So there's a lot of examples that I have already done, and then you can do the same thing. TCP dump is also good on this video. I have done some TCP dump of port 80 and other ones. Please watch that one with the more details, and it covers everything on this video number 8 here. TCP dump. LD is similarly for compiling. I have compiled Apache web server. So on this one, the linker, the loader, and then assembler here, all of this one is on this video number 8 that it covers it. Let me just show you exactly. On this video number 8, I cover that one. In addition, these parts that are on chapter 4 for LDAS and make are also covered on chapter 6, where I do Apache web server. So let me go to chapter 6 first. On chapter 6, you can see here Apache web server. These videos are covering all those commands and details for Apache, as well as all the thing that you can do with Apache to get all this information. So this is like really cool stuff that I have information that you can run and get output. As well as watch this video. The Apache build process, Apache build web server, is that process that I built the entire thing from source code. And these two other video, 1 of 2 and 2 of 2, is there for you to just get help on Apache web server build. This is AS, LD, GCC, configuration, make. All of that one is explained on this video. Please watch that one if you have any question how to compile, how to link, how to just configure and run build process. And that is in details. It's about maybe an hour, something long, or 2 hours long. So I'm going to go to chapter 5 because we're finished with chapter 6. Chapter 5 is easy and fast. I'm going to cover it in a few minutes, and this video is not going to go forever. And this in chapter 5, I wrote some shell scripts already. So you're welcome to look at each of these shell scripts It's the shell script in the command lines, the syntax that you can run them and cut and paste them to your environment, and also run it to get the output to see it. For example, the for each C shell script here is saying that you're in chapter 5. The command is the shell script is this. It's written by Wahid, and then all the for statement syntax for C shell I'm providing here. I'm not going to read line by line, but I'm showing you that you can also look at the content of the file. Same thing here. But here also I gave you some of the command that I've been showing you, like ls minus l. You can run the commands. You name minus a. You can run the command and get the output, pwd or df-h. Or calendar, just to show that this is all dynamic. It's running at the same time date. So if you run the command and you are saying like, okay, let me just say rm star.cgi, there it says, no, you're not allowed to run this command. So whatever I provide you here, you can run. Whatever I didn't provide, it's not going to allow it. So that is another interface here on chapter 5 that you can get advanced level and practice it online as if you're sitting in front of a Unix machine or Linux machine, Linux Ubuntu, and work on it, and then read on all of these ones. Look at this line by line. I have provided the source code. You're welcome to start learning. And then here, again, for each one of them that you click on, I'll give you the information as well as the actual script here that you can cut and paste there, as well as like if you want to just the for each statement, you run it and this is the output. It will show that one that as if you run it on a terminal. So I let you run my program and see the output. For example, this one compares 10 and 10. It should say they are equal, and it says the value is equal. If you look at this one is 1,000 and 1,000, that's also equal. So if you just say, what about this number that they're not equal, you run it and it just says 5,000 is greater than the 499. So any number that you provided is just look at it and it says, okay, this code is just going to identify that that one is not allowed. So that's for chapter 5. In chapter 5, I have all these videos for shell scripting. You're welcome to watch it. And on my main page, I have this one full course that is called Shell Scripting with Bash. You're welcome to watch this one. And from there, I think you will be all set for shell scripting. And obviously for Python, I have other videos that you can see here. For example, just for NumPy, I have about 6 or 7 videos that teaches you NumPy modules. But I have a lot more on Python for different videos. You're welcome to go to the main page here and then just go under the playlist and then look for Python. The one that is video for Python is one of them is about Python. Let me see which one is the script. Ubuntu, YouTube, Windows. I should have one video for Python playlist. What happened to my playlist on Python? Python direct C++, the direct path, shell scripting, Linux Ubuntu. Maybe it's on a different screen. Maybe I have to small size it. Yeah. So right here is Python. And let's see why it was just on that screen. Yeah. So this one I have a number of playlists. Here is that arrow that was hiding on the back. If I just make it bigger, and then I could just go here and then say Python is here. The direct path to Python programming. This is a bigger list. So when you go
Then
there,
this other one is Linux Red Hat Enterprise
let me
Linux
just
9.
pause it, and I'm not gonna play. And then At this time, I'm going to close this window and come back to MyWebUniversity.com, and then go to the next page, and then we want to jump in from chapter 5 to chapter 6. And chapter 6 is Apache Web Server. I already covered that one. Watch this video for the build process, which covers also chapter 4, and watch all these other videos for Apache, and look at all these documentation that I made it available for you to practice. And then this is chapter 7, which is the manual pages, that every command that you learn on Linux, you can get output here. And so whatever command you do, for example, let's say scanf command, or let's say Python 3. So anything that you are looking for in G++, the manual pages will be showing there. Notice that G++ is really huge. It's about 400 pages long. So if you're looking for something with the debugging option, -G option, you could do this and let's say debug. Then you look at the word debug and then see how many times, 273 file lines. So you can just go and read them and say that, okay, out of those 400 pages or 500 pages, I only look at the debug for so that is very good for doing that. But if you're looking for a command like pwd that is small, you can either go through them, or just say, for example, let's say option of -L. So let's see, sorry, option not -L, L, you have to skip it maybe. No, it's you have to actually search for something that is a string logical. Otherwise, it's the search is not allowing you there. So on this one, and this one is man.cgi logical. Let me search for a description. Oh no, this is I'm sorry, I have to do, while I'm here, I have to do Control F inside here. So inside here, not the search for there. That's why the logical, yeah, it is there. It's going to find it. -L, yeah. Even the search here, -L is you don't have to skip it, so you can see that that's there. If you look for word description, it is this correction, and then it's going to search it and find it for you. So when you're inside here, Control F and then search it, it will help you on the manual pages there. And all the commands that you type in here, it will just produce the output here. So for example, if you do Perl, and if Perl has the manual pages here, it will show you for it. And let's look at the next one, which was this one we already covered. I'm going to go to chapter 7. We already covered. Chapter 8 is the C and C++. Oh, this is Linux Ubuntu. We already went through this one, and so every manual pages that you do, I'm creating in a PDF format for you, and it's available online under this man_PDF format, and then you can also go to the link and just look at them. So if you're looking for something section 8, so let's say, or let's say another one, printf on section 1. This is printf section 1, that is the command printf, and then you also have printf section 3. So if you do printf dot 3, that is section 3, SNF and other ones, you could also get for printf section 3, vf printf. All of them are available. So one of them would be exactly printf like this. You click on it, and then the rest of the command that are similar or related or listed on this, but printf is the command that you will just get output on the function printf that is using a standard IO.h for the C library. And right here, standard IO include the stuff. So that is for this chapter 8. I believe it was chapter 8, and then now we're looking at chapter 9, the C++ header and this. So if I just look for the Control F standard io.h you can see that the header file that is there, and you are reading it about it here. And if you're looking for Control F IO stream, stream IO, stream IO stream. Yeah, IO stream, not stream IO. IO stream is that C++, and it's right here. So you can get all the information about it and just go through them through 79 lines there. Similarly, if you're looking for, let's say, another one with math, let's see, it's going to give you that. And oh no, I'm inside this. I have to be outside here. Control left C, and that's left C there, and then it's 4 of them. So libc.h is the one that I am going to be looking at, libc version, and then that would be one of these ones. So at the same time, let's libgc, let's say Control F libgc for good news, see, and it's not there. Lib math, libm for math. Let me just see, 1 of 1, and then this is the other header file. And the name of the header file is showing here, libm simd, but let's see, Control F, and I'm sorry, and jump in on this one. Control F and math. I'm getting tired. Math. Wow, 20 of them. So math. Math.h is the math library. So you can see user include a math.h, and it's right here. And this information is there. So how cool is that one? The whole information, you can get it from the internet rather than being logged on a Unix and Linux machine. So you can get that one. I made it available for you online. And those of you that are developers, this is one shop place that you can come and read all this information or access it. You don't have to go visit it. When I showed to some of the developers at my work, they thought that this is a developer stream. At our times, there were no internet. There was like all these books were not available. We had to do the hard way, but now it's all these actually available for you. Enjoy it and learn it. So this is Linux release 9.2 Rocky version, and then again here, all the information is there. So if I just look at the Rocky, for example, Rocky is using RPM, and then I could just look for RPM, and then RPM, a lot of the commands. So RPM.8 is Red Hat Package Manager, and that is there available for you. And then it tells you all the Red Hat Package Manager, and then the arguments, that how you install it, -I, and how you remove it, how to that one. Similarly for YUM repository, Yellow Dog Update Manager, that is symbolic link to DNF3, and DNF3 is a Python script. So YUM Yellow Dog Update Manager is going to be eventually deprecated because we have DNF. And DNF is also symbolic link to DNF3, the new Fedora package manager. So that's what it is. And then if I look at the DNF, that's all, these are all CentOS, Red Hat, and Rocky, not Ubuntu. DNF and 3 and -3. So DNF3 is, let's see if there's the DNF3. Okay, DNF is the one that is there, dnf.conf, and there's 2 of 16. Look at how many of them, but this DNF.8 is the main one. that it's just showing you how to use DNF. DNF less, DNF install, DNF remove. All of these arguments are there: history, clean, aliases, DNF repo, cache, all the commands that you could do with YAM, and now you are able to do it plus more. So the DNF is a superset of YAM. It provides all the commands that the YAM does plus more. Subscription manager is another one that is on Red Hat. But all these stuffs are available on Rocky. So at the same time, this Red Hat also has it. Red Hat is RPM is there. Red Hat Package Manager, so you can see Red Hat Package Manager somewhere. .8 was the one, I believe. Yeah, somewhere RPM.8, I believe. .8 was the one. Okay, RPM. So you have to actually look for Red Hat Package Manager command, that is db8 config and then build. Okay. This is for the DB, RPM DB, Red Hat Package Manager database tool. So there's somewhere the same thing for RPM. I have to search for it more. And if you see for Control F, RPM, let's see, RPM dot RPM dot RPM B and VM. Let me see, what is this one? Yeah, that's NVRAM. So I'm gonna look for DNF. DNF is the one that replaced set for the YAM. RPM and YAM is basically not as much used as DNF is used. So DNF is the one that will allow you to do all kind of package installation and everything there. DNF debug is doing the debugging and everything. And then on top of it, you have Python and shell scripting and other ones. Please enjoy watching the videos and learn it. And then if you're on Linux Ubuntu, since we have it here, you can just search for anything that you are in need of Linux Ubuntu. This video was more on Linux than Red Hat or Rocky or anything else, but I covered a lot more jumping to other ones because my book also covered all the PDF that I wrote. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you're gonna just join our channel and subscribe and make some comments. I'm there to help you. God bless you all. Love and peace for all. Love and peace to humanity, and support all the good cause for humanity around your community, around your country, around wherever you are, and support all innocent people around the world. Our job is supposed to be brotherhood and friendship and love and care for each other. All lives matters. All lives should be valued. Everybody is should be treated equally and fair, and just have peace. And maybe, hopefully, we are going to have ceasefire soon, rather than just having another stupid war that will kill all these innocent people, and then later on, everybody blame the people that they committed these kind of genocide, and then they call it different name, whether it was Holocaust or wars in Iraq or war in Afghanistan or war in Syria. All of those ones were stupid. It should have never happened, or Ukraine or Russia, all of this one, or victimize innocent people for the sake of those people that are powerful and just abusing everybody else so they can get more power and get more vote to just follow their corrupted government or the corrupted leadership. Love and peace to you all. Please help humanity and don't vote or support the people that they're killing other innocent people, whether they're from one side or another side. It doesn't matter who is killing under what name. All of those ones should be called terrorists, and terrorism has no name saying that under what name people kill. Everybody that kills is a terrorist. To me, that's what the definition of terrorism is: terrorizing other people. People are living in their families and friends and other ones, and all of a sudden somebody wants to have more power. It is doing something wrong. So God bless you all. Take care and then enjoy your life. And love and peace to you all. Bye.